Alrighty guys, good morning. Happy fucking Wednesday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more Starfield. Pumping the brakes on Skylines for the time being. The reason for that being is there's now some weird nuances we're running into with the traffic AI, which is very bonky, very janky. I suspect it'll be cleared up into the future. But as of right now, it is kind of a pain in the ass to deal with, and some things are still broken in the city. Either way, Skylines is in a much better playable state than it was, I don't know, 3 weeks ago when it launched. So, good. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Wonderful morning. We're going back to Overwatch at some point here, don't know when. Covered the PG248QP reviews yesterday. Very good monitor. Very, very expensive monitor. And as such, I don't even know if I'm going to buy it. I've been waiting for it for 11 months, and now that it's out, it is very, very difficult. Access November 13th. All of their articles are in early access for, I think, a week. Either way, it is very, very expensive. And not going to drop money on it right away. I think I might buy it. I don't want to buy the Acer. I have an Acer right now. I fucking hate it. I'm not buying another Acer. It has all sorts of weird issues, and I sent it back 4 different times to get a proper monitor, and I'm pretty sure the one that I got has a shittier panel in it. Buy another Acer, and it has a stuck red pixel, which you can see when the screen's blue. Good. A stuck red pixel. I don't want to buy another Acer. I'm done with Acer. But $900 is a very expensive monitor. Yeah. Pretty good. Install Skylines, so I can install the mods for Starfield. Install the Starfield mods. Doing something right now. Okay, planets. Did he upgrade to BA2s? He might have. BA2. BA2. Good. 50-inch TV for monitor. I don't think I'd ever want to use a TV. It's too far away. Depends on how you play your games, though. If you're playing them like console, like kind of like a chill experience, as opposed to like something where you're on the edge of your chair, just like sucked into your monitor, which is how I play games. Generally, competitive FPSs and such. Plane and Inquisition. Bless me. Thank you, guys. Oh. Good. Prime sales are coming up here soon. Again, stuff you guys are probably aren't interested in, like a multimeter with VFD support. And then I might buy a 2 terabyte SSD, an NVMe drive, the 990 I've been looking at. I might buy it, but at the same time, that's basically it's basically, yeah. After everything's said and done, and I go back to Overwatch, is when I'll have a 2 terabyte hard drive I'll never use. Don't really need a powerful machine. That is untrue based on the way that Starfield deals with textures. The more textures you have, it just starts bogging everything down, as can be seen on my computer. Huh. Well, download this off stream because it's going to take too long. My planet especially has issues. I'm pretty sure it's HTTP packs that are causing issues and need to be updated and haven't been updated yet. Well, I can't remove this. Yeah? Bus crashed into an apartment building. I looked at this off stream. It's actually pretty good. So, I mean, City Skylines, guys, is actually pretty cool. It launched in a pretty sore state, but there's actually some of the stuff that's in the game is actually pretty neat. Yeah. A bus crashed into it's entirely possible this is rigged, by the way. As we've seen, the 600 when the game launched, and there's a guy with the 600 population city, and it looks like a pristine population city. Yeah, it's 100% dev tools. Basically, someone showing off cheating, like we're talking about on watching Overwatch. When you see the Widow compilation on Overwatch, yeah, same shit. But this is entirely possible. We've seen some pretty crazy crashes in my city. Not like that, though. Okay. Let's take a look. There's an E-Core update I want to take a look at here, guys. How to set up a gaming monitor. Oh my god. Not exactly sure what that's about, but, you know. Best of woke Snow White. I'm a narcissist. You don't say. Uh-huh. Let's take a peek here. I believe there's a critical drinker, which we skipped yesterday because we spent a bunch of time in the podcast talking about PG248QP. It's revisited. Ah! Marvels! Uh-huh. Let's take a peek here, guys.
Oh, how times have changed. 4 years ago, the original Captain Marvel catapulted its protagonist into an MCU at the very peak of its popularity and influence, where every single movie they churned out was a guaranteed smash hit. Captain Marvel herself,
living off the energy of Avengers,
become the next Tony Stark, the new face of the brand, the character that was going to lead Marvel into the next decade and possibly beyond. But it turns out a lot can happen in 4 years. The MCU is now a faltering and tarnished brand with a string of failed movies and TV shows in its wake, increasingly alienated from its own fan base and openly mocked and ridiculed by a mainstream media that now smells blood in the water. While Captain Marvel has become a sad, embarrassing
South Park has
mistake,
taken a peek at that,
from the rest of the MCU,
has decided to talk about what's going on in modern media.
Even still exists. As the years went by, the contractually obligated sequel was repeatedly delayed, rewritten, reshot, and dogged by rumours of problems on set, conflicts with the studio, and trailers that desperately tried every trick in the book to generate some kind of interest in this movie. But just like a giant post-kebab turd, Marvel could only hold it in for so long before it finally had to be squeezed out into the worlds. And so, here we find ourselves staring down the barrel of The Marvels.
That is one big pile of shit.
The movie kicks off with generic space wizard lady who digs up a magical bullshit bangle from a random planet somewhere, which turns out to be the counterpart to the other magical bullshit bangle used by Kamala Khan. You know her, don't you? Oh wait, you don't.
You probably don't know her. But she does exist, and she's supposed to be like a big part of the new MCU, Phase 4 or 5.
She's a character from an obscure Disney Plus show that nobody watched. Speaking of obscure characters from Disney Plus shows that nobody watched, Monica Rambeau is now working as an astronaut for Saber, and she's got the power to go flumpy and pass through solid objects after getting a spell cast on her by Scarlet Witch. Fuck me, this is getting convoluted already. Anyway, the system of magical bullshit space portals that everyone apparently uses to traverse the universe are starting to act kinda weird, so the hollowed out shell that was once Nick Fury sends Captain Marvel to investigate. And wouldn't you know it, Monica Rambeau decides to investigate one herself at exactly the same moment. Oh my goodness, what are the odds, eh? Then there's a big energy surge and everyone swaps places with everyone else. Although it did have me wondering why their clothes go with them, but Monica Rambeau's spacesuit doesn't. Probably because the prospect of a teenage girl explosively decompressing on our screens would have turned it into a very different movie, but whatever. The point here is that all three of our diverse heroes
would have been interesting.
Quantum entangled, so if two of them happen to use their powers at the same time, they'll magically swap places. Well, when it's convenient to the plot at least. Why does this happen? Don't know.
Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Anyway, much hilarity ensues before the three of them figure out that all of this is being orchestrated by generic space wizard lady, who's actually a Kree fighting to save her homeworld from extinction after Captain Marvel triggered a destructive civil war by destroying the AI that was keeping everything running. And that also caused their son to die out somehow, because civil wars are well known for them.
Just like Rings of Power, when they open a dam, it sets off a volcano. Makes perfect sense. Rube Goldberg machine, guys. They have that in the medieval times. Rube Goldberg. That's hard to say. Rube Goldberg machine. Yeah, they had those in the medieval times. You have some dwarves that don't really know what to do with their time. They make a Rube Goldberg machine to set off a volcano for Sauron. Yeah, just to really set things straight.
That sort of thing. Fuck me, who wrote this nonsense? Oh,
the one that's high on Adderall?
The more she messes with the magical bullshit bangles, the more damage it does to the magical jump point network, ultimately threatening to tear apart the fabric of reality itself. Oh my goodness, another Marvel movie about a giant scary space portal that has to be closed before it destroys the entire universe. Truly, their imagination knows no bounds. So the three diverse women have to learn to work together to stop generic space wizard lady from destroying the multiverse or something, while Nick Fury contends with an outbreak of alien cats on his space station. And then they seal the portal, but oh no, Monica Rambeau gets stuck on the other side in a different reality, where Beast from X-Men shows up for some reason, and her mom that most people forgot even existed is apparently...
X-Men is like the only universe that hasn't been perverted by Marvel in general, despite the fact that it's actually part of the Marvel universe, so they have access to the X-Men IP. but it's the only, maybe the possible reignition of superhero comic book movies is X-Men, if they're done well. And right now, it is not part of the MCU. It's technically Marvel, and it technically could be part of the MCU, but they generally don't use it, which is probably good. It's kind of maintained as it's like adjacent, and they could potentially just like throw them into the movies, and it would be fucking, it'd be the end of X-Men, but they could do it. But yeah, it's like the one thing that hasn't been completely perverted, despite the fact that there's a couple Marvel or a couple X-Men movies that have been released over the last couple years that just kind of flew under the radar. Yeah.
Still alive.
No way!
And that's it. That's the plot for the Marvels.
Yeah, and what was the last good movie? It's one where they basically did a send off to Xavier and Wolverine, right? Where Xavier basically died. Like went solely insane with like dementia or something. That was actually really very good. Logan, was it Logan? With not Jean-Luc Picard, Patrick Stewart, where he's just like slowly going. It was actually really, really touching. It was a great movie. Was it Logan? I thought Logan was a different movie. X-Men. So that was like 2013 or something. Prior to where it was Logan. It wasn't Wolverine. Yeah, you got some weird shit coming out right now. I think it was Logan. Very good movie. Very good movie. It was like an ode to the end of X-Men. Very well made. Very, very well made. Very touching. Not a normal X-Men movie. Yeah, like his daughter, basically. I think it was his daughter, right? Yeah, it's like they were ready to hand off the baton to the new generation, right? They could have started over, and they just like kind of what happened with Avengers, at the end with Endgame, right? Only they didn't really do it. They didn't do it properly. It didn't feel like a new generation was taking over. It just felt like they're trying to copy the old generation, doing it worse, and then shitting on the old generation while doing it. That's not how you bring in a new generation of people. Let's see. Logan, Wolverine trilogy. This is basically when Avengers happened, by the way. I think Avengers was 2017. 6 years ago. 6 fucking years ago. Doesn't feel like it. Must be I'm getting old. Last, 2 years just, passed like that. Didn't really even feel like there's fucking life there. Combination of, COVID and, the reality recovering from the after effects of it, and, while we're in, a highly, highly tense, cultural... I don't even know what to call it. It's not really a civil war, cultural turmoil between different demographics in our country, and not just BLM stuff. People trying to weaponize anything they can to use it against people to make themselves seem better than they are. It's crazy. Well, gaslighting to boot. No, I don't think this is Logan. I don't think it's Logan. Last Stand was pretty good. Remember the name of the film. It's one of them. Legion was not X-Men at all. I watched Legion. Legion was pretty good. It got really weird later in the seasons. X-Men universe, but it's not X-Men at all. Look at all these wannabe Xaviers. Look at all these wannabe Xaviers. No. Deadpool? I'm pretty sure they don't, like, have any of the, like, almost no mutants from X-Men and Deadpool. I think they're, once again, technically part of the same universe, but not really the same thing at all. Like, they intentionally kept out the big names from, Deadpool to not take away from main protagonist. Days of the Future Past. X-Men, where Xavier... S. Logan. That's what Slane said too. It is though. Oh no, it is. Xavier has seizures that incapacitates everyone except Logan and Laura. Yeah, they're trying to fight Eden. Yeah, it's Logan. So 2017. Basically about the same time as Endgame. It's kind of fucking weird that Endgame was basically the pinnacle of like comic book movies in... Well, it wasn't even that good. I mean, it was good, but it's like... you could tell like shit was just starting to go crazy in it. They just had all sorts of weird shit going on. Like the good guys were essentially defeated at the end, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere they open portals to everywhere and a giant army emerges out of... It's like the start of the bullshit arcs from like the new Star Wars movies where you just, oh look, there's a giant Imperial fleet that just popped out of nowhere in this planet. You know, a giant CG fleet just out of nowhere. I was just like, what the fuck's going on? Oh look, the Emperor's back too. They brought back the Emperor. Wow, that's great. Yeah. Oh, I thought Kylo Ren was supposed to be the bad guy. Oh wait, he can't actually fucking defeat Rey at all. Oh, he's actually just not bad. He's just misunderstood and a terrible villain that just screams and cries. Oh. Okay. Sure, Guardians of the Galaxy is pretty good. I didn't watch the third one. The second one wasn't very good. The first one was good. I need to watch the third one. No. Anyways.
When you bump into some asshole who made life miserable in high school that you haven't seen in like 10 years, and you notice they're wearing faded jeans and a sweat-stained t-shirt, they've gained 50 pounds and smell vaguely of cheap booze and stale urine, you might have imagined you'd feel some kind of satisfaction in the knowledge they've failed so spectacularly, but instead all you experience is a lingering sense of sadness and pity. Well, that's kind of how I felt watching The Marvels. It's 105 minutes of absolute directionless, passionless, unfunny cringe, awkwardly chopped and spliced together from what I assume was once a much longer cut, and shuffling embarrassingly onto the screen like even it knew how shit it was and just wanted to get the whole painful experience over with as quickly as possible. And in a lot of ways, it really wasn't the film I imagined. I expected some defiant last stand against the armies of haters just waiting for it to fail, a production bloated by ego and consumed by bitterness, well aware of its impossible position and determined to go out guns blazing. Instead, what we got was a weirdly small, unambitious, almost apologetic kind of film, half-heartedly going through all the old Marvel tropes but knowing how trite and predictable they've become. A film made by
even the writers can't believe their own bullshit anymore.
Lost its magic, lost its way. I mean, on the plus side, the obnoxious preoccupation with tearing down some imagined patriarchy and proving how Captain Marvel could do everything.
Oh my god, he said it's imaginary.
The first movie is more or less absent here. I never got the sense that the film was trying to push any particular agenda or preach to me about social or political issues.
It's almost like there's nothing there when they get rid of that, isn't it? It's like the one thing they actually know how to write, which no one wants to see, is now missing because they realize no one wants to see it. And now they have to actually write a good movie? They can't.
So that makes a nice change from Marvel.
You've got to do better, Senator. You've got to step up.
Kamala Khan is mostly pretty likable throughout the film, and I think a lot of that comes down to Iman Vellani's performance. You can tell she's having a lot of fun and she's excited just to be there. Shit man, even Brie Larson gets to show a bit of personality for once. She's not going to be winning any Oscars for this one, and there's times when those behind the scenes tensions seem pretty obvious in her performance, but generally she comes across as far more human and likable than she did in her first movie.
Holy shit.
The direction from Nia DaCosta is generally competent enough, apart from some truly reprehensible CGI that probably wasn't her fault, and one or two of the early fight scenes with constantly switching characters actually border on fun and imaginative. But the problem is they're overshadowed by the movie's massive writing and editing flaws. The character swapping thing was clearly a response to Captain Marvel being overpowered as fuck and needing some way of limiting her ability.
She never should have been. I am of the firm belief that she never should have been in the third Avengers movie. Why? Because she absolutely detracts from everything every other superhero did, because she almost single-handedly defeats Thanos. And if she showed up at any time when they're actually trying to attack Thanos prior to them, they probably could have beat him. Or if they planned together, they probably could have beat her. Instead, she saves Tony Stark and fucks off because she apparently has to take care of something else rather than half the population of the known universe. I don't even... Was it universe or multiverse? It was like everything, right? Yeah, 50% of everything. Yeah, she just decided to fuck off for basically the rest of the movie and did nothing because she's OP as fucking shit. There are plenty of superheroes, guys, in comic book writing, like was it not the Green Lantern, Sentry, that are just so insanely OP, like they can snap their fingers and just like they have the gauntlet, right? Because comic book writing is generally pretty shit. They're just bad. They're just from a mechanical just like in video games, from a mechanical standpoint, from like character standpoint even, they're so OP, they don't allow anyone else to do anything because they're broken. They're OP and broken. I don't know, I don't keep up with DCU, and I don't know where they're at. They're still trying to copy the MCU, I think. But yeah, like just fucking weirdly OP. Like it made feel like every other Avenger movie I watched where people were dying, horrible things were happening, and then fucking Captain Marvel shows up and almost kills Thanos on her own, and if they just had a strategy meeting, they probably could have took care of him, lickety snap. But instead, we had good movies, right? Yeah, it's she's just too powerful. It doesn't fucking matter. Just like Sentry is too powerful, and almost no one even knows about Sentry. Like there's just like obscure superheroes in which they're just kind of canon because they exist and they are technically part of the MCU, but they aren't something you want to see on the screen because they're just extremely OP broken. You know, it doesn't matter. Like they aren't gonna, it's not going to be a good fight. You know, they just run through and kill everyone. It's not even, you know, even Goku runs into issues, right? He has to overcome the issues. That's part of the shonen methodology, is running into a character that's much more powerful than you, realizing that you're shit, getting your ass kicked, and then trying to get stronger than them. I mean, it's predictable, right? It's predictable, but at the same time, it's actually something that happens. In the case of the MCU, like you know, comic book characters, they don't really have that. They're just always super OP. They're like Frieza, you know, they're stuck in their power level. Although actually later on, Frieza, you know, finds a way of actually getting stronger, which is kind of curious and actually interesting in and of itself. But you know, it's just like you have a character that's just XYZ strong, and they just fucking wreck everything, and you're like, okay, wow, that's amazing.
Abilities, which really smacks of a problem that they created for themselves. You guys chose to make her into Superman without the kryptonite, and now you're having to concoct bullshit.
Even Superman has kryptonite. Even Superman has problems, right? There's all different sorts of ways to infuse tech with kryptonite now that we know about it, and humans being the kind of, you know, cunning little individuals. You know, even though Superman's super strong, even he has weaknesses. Batman is still a guy in a suit, right? Even if he has all sorts of gadgets and ways of becoming more powerful, just like Iron Man, at the end of the day, he's still human, right? And you have this, which is just a fucking flying god. Even the gods, like Thanos had issues, right? Like Thor had issues. Thanos isn't a Viking god, but like, you know, in the MCU, like Loki and Thor, they actually like have power limits, right? She's just like, hey, look, yeah, they made a character, they made a Mary Sue that's stronger than everyone. Good job, guys, good job. You know, and now they have to deal with like exactly what he's saying. Yeah, they have to deal with the fact that she literally just can do anything. And yeah, you can't write around that. There's just nothing there.
Reasons why she can't just fix every problem instantly. Nick Fury might as well not even be in this film because it feels like his subplot is completely disconnected from everything else. If you haven't watched Secret Invasion, then you're probably gonna have no fucking clue what's even happening here. I mean, really, he basically stopped being Nick Fury the moment he got his eye scratched out by a fucking cat. And the goofy imposter playing him seems to care less and less about keeping up the facades. Generic space wizard lady is exactly that. Completely forgettable, barely getting a shred of development, and she's pursuing her goal in the most ridiculous way imaginable. Like, she basically wants revenge against Captain Marvel for destroying her people, and she does it by hurting the people that she cares about. But there's nothing to prevent Captain Marvel from doing the exact same thing again. The quantum entanglement thing wasn't something she was even aware of until later in the movie, which means there would have been absolutely nothing to stop her. You can really tell that this film was butchered in the editing room too. Characters magically teleport from one location to the next with nothing to link them together, and I'm not even talking about the stupid bangle thing either. They just show up wherever they need to be. Potentially interesting character arcs and relationships are barely hinted at, and then resolved with no real explanation. Like, one of the big sources of tension between Captain Marvel and Monica Rambeau is that she never visited her after her mother died because she triggered a Kree civil war and was apparently trying to fix it, but there's nothing to suggest that she actually tried to help them in any way. I mean, with all her godlike powers and abilities, she basically could have fixed most of their problems overnight. Or for example, imagine if Kamala Khan realized the woman she'd looked up to as a hero was actually a bit of a monster responsible for millions of deaths. What might that do to their relationship and her perception of her? Would it trigger a crisis?
She'd
of
grow up.
Maybe teach her to rely more on herself than putting others on unrealistic pedestals? Fuck knows, because the plot barely even addresses stuff like this. I mean, why bother with that kind of thing when you can have an excruciating song and dance sequence that goes on forever and serves absolutely no purpose to the story? Or an entire subplot about space cats eating people? All of it is nothing but a ridiculous conglomeration of absolute nonsense thrown together by a studio that's completely lost confidence in its own work, and in some ways, it really feels like the end of an era. It's almost certainly the end for
Avengers.
Captain Marvel.
Weirdly enough, or maybe fittingly enough, the end of basically comic book movies for the most part was Avengers. The snap basically turned 50% of the movies, more than 50% of the movies, into shit. I mean, I don't think this was intentional, but it's actually turning into what happened was the end of everything was basically Endgame for superhero movies.
Marvel, who's made no no secret of her dissatisfaction with the character and seems pretty reluctant to play her again. And to be honest, I don't blame her one bit. She's in her mid-30s now, and those prime opportunities are going to start drying up before too long. And really, I can't imagine she needs or wants the hassle of playing a character like this anymore. But more than that, it feels like the tired and played out end of the entire Marvel formula. The bloated budgets, the heavy
By the way, I didn't know Nick Fury got his eye scratched out by a cat. That's actually pretty shit. That is a horrible backstory.
CGI, the quippy self-referential humor.
Spider-Man was, yeah, I mean, there's obviously going to be, like, there are going to be outliers, for sure. Spider-Man, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, but that's pretty much it. What else? I mean, it's not Marvel, but Marvel's owned by Disney, and technically Star Wars, there's Andor, but there's also a lot more garbage. Like, if we're talking about one or two examples, there's a shitload more that just aren't good.
It's all become so tedious and boring and predictable that people aren't even angry anymore. They just don't care.
I didn't watch the newest ones. I heard it's pretty good. It kind of turned me off. Not the one where they introduced Miles Morales. It's the second one, which is the most recent one, in which they just start doing weird shit like jumping between universes. Everyone can be Spider-Man, and then apparently Spider-Man can rip open universes, which Miguel did. If you didn't know that, yeah, where he tears open a universe because that makes complete sense. Yeah, it's not even fucking Spider-Man anymore. They're trying to copy like Naruto. Yeah, not really. Yeah, I heard the Miles Morales movie where they started out. I don't know what the name is for that one. I think it's just the Spider-Verse, and then Beyond the Spider-Verse is the newest one. That was supposed to be pretty good, and I should have watched it, but I haven't. I kind of lost interest in Spider-Man after they started changing up Peter Parker constantly. It just kind of, with different actors.
Captain Marvel was a divisive movie that inspired debate and controversy, but this one falls victim to a far more insidious problem: absolute apathy. This really is how the MCU dies. Not
Already
with a
dead.
bang, but with a whimper. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Good. Okay. Yep. Bad sign when you're more excited to see reviews than the actual movie? I don't think so. I don't need to watch the movie now, and I wasn't going to watch the movie, so it's basically a synopsis for me and a reason why not to watch it. It reaffirms why I shouldn't watch it in the first place, which is kind of sad. That's what she said. That's what she said, right down here. Anyways, like, there's still good entertainment coming out. Even then, like, it's not just Marvel movies. There's just a lot of shit. Like, all the fucking pumped out Star Wars IP is just garbage. I'd actually say Andor is better than the original 3 movies. It's not only good, it's better than the original 3 movies. The original 3 movies are up on a pedestal because when they came out, they're miles ahead of everything else, right? And people hold them to that legendary status, which even, nothing's going to be able to catch up with, because we live in a time where there's other good media now. Where at the time when nothing else existed, the fucking geeks, the people that were playing D&D in the 80s were watching fucking Star Wars on repeat for the next 3 years. So, yeah. But nowadays we just got a bunch of shit that's coming out regardless of, like, Ahsoka. Ahsoka was horrible. I watched it, by the way. Ahsoka was horrible. It's just like literally like that smirk. It's just watching women smirk at each other like, yeah, I'm so fucking cool. I'm so fucking cool. I'm gonna say a line. Oh, you're so fucking cool for saying that line. I know I'm fucking cool for saying that line. Like, they just sit there and smirk. It's so fucking weird. They sit there and have weird, silent smirks at each other. And I don't fucking... It's like, I'm too cool to actually have a conversation right now. You're like, yeah, fuck off. Like, zero personality. And any of the characters, none of them have personality, except for the 2 bad guys. Like, there's like kind of a stereotypical Harley Quinn character, and then, like, just a ruined childhood character, and then the fallen Jedi. They're pretty cool. Everyone else fucking terrible. And then they had a slow motion dance fight scene at the end where people were praising it on social media. It looked like they're doing river dance or something in slow mo. It's terrible. And then, like I mentioned before, like, they put a side-by-side, like I saw on Twitter. Someone did a side-by-side with one of the original 3 movies where the Luke and... Who was it? No. I think it was Luke and Obi-Wan were fighting each other, right? Not Luke. Anakin and Obi-Wan were fighting each other. And, in the lava area. and it literally looked like it was 2 or 3 times faster than what was in Ahsoka. And apparently that's because the actors decided they didn't want to fucking train. They didn't train martial arts, and the choreography was just not very good. So they slowed everything down. And it literally looks fucking stupid. Like, they're sitting there with lightsabers where they can slice off someone's leg, and she's sitting there going like this and trying to avoid slicing off her leg. And the funny thing was, in the comment of that side-by-side comparison, someone said, "Lol, you slowed it down." And they didn't. The thing is, they didn't slow it down. That was how fast the fights went. It's just night and day difference when you actually have a comparison point. But people oftentimes, because of social media, are so, like, their short-term memory and even their long-term memory is just completely shot at this point. They just literally just inhale whatever's put in front of them, and they don't, like, contextually compare stuff, which is really weird. But anyways, moving on, guys. I do want to take a look at the review, the hardware unboxed comparison, where they're talking about E-core updates to the 14K series, which Intel did not backpedal to the 12 and 13K series, despite the fact that they could have. Let's take a peek. Right here. Pretty good.
Welcome back to Hardware Unboxed. Today,
Thank you.
We're delving into Intel's Application Optimizer, or APO for short. Now, what is APO, you might be asking? Well, put simply, it is a really neat new feature that can dramatically boost your CPU's gaming performance when CPU limited. Though for now,
Basically an upgraded version of the thread director, from what I understand, which I don't know why they just don't call it the thread director still, but here we are, where Intel doesn't really even talk about things that matter. So this matters in context because the asymmetrical nature of Intel CPUs now with P and E cores, where E cores are efficiency cores, and they're really good at kind of multitasking, but pretty slow. They're like a third the speed of a P core, and you want to make sure that your games are always on your P cores, and sometimes if they're smart enough, they can use some of the E cores too. But there's latency associated with using the E cores, there's bandwidth problems associated with using the E cores, there's all sorts of thread contention issues. So if they misassign the cores or misassign the threads to the wrong things, it can lead to a scenario where you're just ending up with like worse performance than if you just purely use your P cores. When I was using my 1300K earlier this year, where I had it for like a month before I got my 7950 X3D, there's a button in the BIOS for a hotkey to turn your P and your E cores off. You literally can turn off the E cores in the BIOS. Yeah, so if you have a game that's acting up, you push the button and they'll put everything onto your P cores. It's actually in your is built into the BIOS because there's still some hiccups and issues with it. They keep improving it, but as he's going to discuss here, they aren't backpedaling the software, despite the fact that they can. I don't know why.
now
It's also important for 7950 X3D, which is what I have. In the case of the games we've been playing right now, is Starfield, Riftbreaker, even Cities, it's better off for me using all 16 of my cores. But if I'm playing something that doesn't require 16 cores, and generally you want to put it onto my X3D cores, which have a giant cache on them. So half my CPU cores are X3D, and the other half are a little bit faster, frequency-wise a little bit faster. And you almost always want to put the game on the X3D cores. But this is another weird asymmetrical scenario, but it's not as stark of a difference between as with Intel, as he's going to talk about here, and that actually does matter. And a lot of like the software where it tries to move the application to whatever cores are better for AMD isn't nearly as good. It's light years apart from what Intel's doing, but it still works.
Okay, just 2 games, and you do need a brand new Intel 14th generation processor to use it. But still, it's very cool. Now, you might be wondering why this cool new 14th gen feature is only being tested now and wasn't covered in our day 1 review. Although I did talk about APO
More niche
in our
topic.
review,
I wish they'd do more of these, by the way, because they're actually, this is the interesting stuff. We didn't even watch the 14K review because from what I understand, it was just like a 5% boost in performance at the expense of consuming a lot more power.
test it as the MSI motherboard that we were using for testing.
1500 X3D, if you play games. If you don't, you probably could find an Intel with some P and E cores that'd be better.
To no APO testing in the day 1 review.
But if you're looking for some like low mid-range stuff, that's still good at 5800 X3D.
And
if you go up a step, like as far as gaming goes, I would not recommend a CPU without a giant cache right now. Until Intel comes up with their own, which is what Meteor Lake was supposed to be, which they apparently pushed back or changed slightly. Until Intel puts a giant cache on their CPUs, I will not recommend anything other than it made enough of a difference when I was playing Overwatch, immediately noticeable. I had a 1300K, immediately noticeable how much more fluid it made things. And despite the performance being relatively the same, I still gained FPS too. but it was much more noticeable. And I will not play on a non-X3D or a non-giant cache CPU, assuming there's an option. So I won't recommend it either. If you don't play games, however, you could get something like a 13600F, I think it is. It's kind of like a mid-range one where it has some P cores and then it has some E cores, and the E cores are great for throwing. They're cheaper. You can throw off other applications onto it too in the background that are operating. It's a good idea. It's a great idea. But when it comes down to gaming performance, I still would not recommend anything except for X3D.
Publicly released BIOS revisions, the time has come. Actually, I did this testing a few weeks ago, and at the time, I still couldn't get APO working on our MSI Z790 motherboard, so I got my hands on the awesome-looking ASUS ROG Maximus Z790 Dark Hero. So to get things started, I entered the BIOS, and there you have to navigate to the Advanced tab, then the Thermal Configuration submenu, into the Intel Dynamic Tuning Technology Configuration submenu, and there you can set the Intel Dynamic Tuning Technology option to
Very straightforward and disabled by default. Good. That's a good start.
enabled, and this setting is not enabled by default. But you're not done yet, as you have to download the latest version of the Intel DTT driver. Once that's done though, you are good to go.
I believe it's one of the lowest prices so far. Prime Day is coming up, so if you were looking to upgrade, I think I've seen it cheaper than that. Speaking of, yeah, maybe, I mentioned this before, I think I'm going to wait and I'm going to upgrade. I'm going to get a 2 terabyte NVMe drive on Prime Day. And it's going to be after I'm done playing Starfield and Cities and I no longer need the hard drive space. But I'll have 2 terabytes of hard drive space. But, yeah. I think it's been down to $250 before, or $270. If you're near a mono price, they usually have a bundle, which makes it insanely cheap. So if we look here, I mean, you could buy it used, and honestly, that's not horrible. According to Amazon, it's been down to $277. Lightning deal at one point. Okay, well. Well, mono price still exists too. So, if you go to mono price, not mono price, Micro Center. Live near one. I don't live near one. If you live near one, you possibly could actually get one. 800 X3D. They have definitely had bundles in the past with it, and that's really where you get the meat and potatoes. I don't know how you find the bundles. They just show up here, and basically you have to include the price of the motherboard, and they offer you a pretty big discount for buying a motherboard with it. The virtual tour. My God. It's like, this is like with Google, this feels like Google Maps. Oh my God, it's like every geek's wet dream. This used to be like what Best Buy used to look like, and then they went and decided that they're going to, actually using all 8 of my not exactly sure what's going on here. It's using all 8 of my frequency cores right now, though. They have racing chairs in stock and wheels. Really, really niche stuff that almost no one buys. Like name brand niche stuff, too. Look at that. Crazy. This is like you can actually get really good deals at Micro Centers. But I'd wait and see what Prime Day is going to look like. Or not Prime Day, Black Friday is going to look like. Probably can get this guy pretty cheap. That's what I recommend, though.
But I'd recommend installing the Intel APO app from the Microsoft Store, as this will allow you to enable/disable APO within Windows. But to be clear, it first needs to be enabled at the BIOS level to work. Once
Which
you
is
let it
disabled
go,
at the BIOS level
you're
and
good
not
to
supported
go.
by all
Though
motherboards.
be aware that for now, APO still only works in 2 games, Rainbow Six Siege
Good.
and Metro Exodus, which are sort of odd titles to start with. Well, Rainbow Six Siege, that makes sense. It's not the most popular multiplayer game right now, nor is it the most recently released, but it is still very popular, and it's a competitive shooter, and therefore it is often CPU limited. Metro Exodus, on the other hand, makes no sense, as it's a single-player story-driven game, and therefore players typically prioritize graphical fidelity over frame rate, meaning this is almost always going to be a GPU limited title, and it certainly will be with a 14th gen processor.
Zoom.
So the next step is to test APO, see how it performs.
Gotta
and
use that
try
good
and see if
camera,
we can
guys.
work out
Macro.
what it's actually doing.
Is it
For
macro?
testing, I'm using the ASUS Strix RTX 4090 graphics card on the ASUS ROG Maximus Z790 Dark Hero with 32GB of DDR5 7200 cell 34 memory from G-Skill. Display driver version 546.01 has been used with the latest, most up-to-date version of Windows 11. So, let's get into the data. First up, I tested Metro Exodus using the built-in benchmark with the ultra quality settings, as this is typically
would have been nice if you had a 13900K
and
in
at
here.
1080p with APO on, we found a
Would it
nice
matter?
10% performance uplift, taking us from
No,
195
it wouldn't matter.
FPS to 215 FPS. Not exactly a dramatic difference there, but it is free performance, so we'll
This, by the way, is
certainly
where
take
you
it.
look at like
Then on
the
more
core
GPU
loading.
limited
Would be very
1440p
important here.
resolution, the margin was reduced to 6%, so not amazing, but again, it is free performance, so there's really no downside here. Sadly though, at 4K we are heavily GPU limited, so additional CPU performance makes no difference. Now I wanted to take a look at real in-game performance, just to make sure Intel wasn't optimizing performance for the built-in or canned benchmark. And thankfully, that's not the case, and in fact, we saw much larger performance gains when actually playing the game. At 1080p,
Love to see what it's doing to the threading right now.
20% performance, hitting 246 FPS on average, a remarkable improvement.
Just IPC
Even
gains
at
or
1440p, we're looking at a 13% boost, and at 4K, we're still in for a nice 5% boost. So a fantastic set of results, and I'd love to see this kind of thing from Intel in many more games. Now, the only other game supported by APO at this point in time is Rainbow Six Siege, and first up we have the built-in benchmark results using the very high quality preset with the render scale set to 100%. Here we're looking at a 5% increase at 1080p with no gain seen at 1440p or 4K, and truth be told, I'm not sure the 14900K needs a performance boost in this title. I'd say around 600 FPS is enough. Anyway, we moved on to some in-game testing. We found that frame rates aren't quite as extreme as they are in the built-in benchmark, but still we are looking at a 6% boost at 1080p.
usually
though
next
nothing
day
at
tries to get it
1440p or
to you as
4K.
fast as possible.
So
So
I decided to go back and retest.
And you
Rainbow
probably could get it
Six
refunded
Siege
if you talk to
using the
support.
low quality settings, but with the render scale set to 100%. Under these conditions, the built-in benchmark saw a 9% boost at 1080p, but then again, nothing at 1440p or 4K. I should stress though that all of the Rainbow Six Siege results are based on a 3-run average, as the built-in benchmark in particular is very unreliable, with run-to-run variance being quite extreme. So results based on just a single pass can be quite inaccurate. Now, the in-game testing is far more consistent in terms of run-to-run variance, and here we saw an impressive 19% uplift when enabling APO, taking us from 610 FPS to 700.
Didn't really explain what APO is,
so that's
did
a
he?
phenomenal performance gain. Even at 1440p, we're looking at a 17% performance uplift, so huge gains there, and by the time we reach the 4K resolution, the data is heavily GPU limited, as you'd expect, so APO has no chance of boosting frame rates there. Okay, so before I try and work out what APO is doing to improve performance in these games, I thought I'd try and brute force those FPS gains by disabling the E-cores. Here we see that with APO disabled, we saw 610 FPS on average. Now with the E-cores disabled, along with hyperthreading, the frame rate is increased by just 4% to 633 FPS. Then if we disable the E-cores, but leave hyperthreading active, the average frame rate reached 651 FPS. That's a 7% gain over stock. However, even with the E-cores disabled, we're still coming in 10% slower than the APO configuration. And for those of you wondering, if you disable the E-cores, APO can no longer be used, as the E-cores are an integral part of the APO feature. So APO looks
Must
to
be
doing
intelligently
something
putting things
pretty
onto the
impressive here.
e-cores.
So I guess we'll take a close look and
And so if it's something related to latency, let's say, latency sensitive and something that can take some more time, is probably intelligently putting certain tasks onto the e-cores, which is actually really, really cool. That's like the best case scenario, but
try and work out what that something is. Now this is really cool. Here we're looking at two side-by-side in-game tests in Rainbow Six Siege with and without APO enabled. Two things you'll notice right away.
you have to look at the
frame rate
loading
is
too.
consistently much higher with APO enabled, which is to be expected based on what we just saw, though please note that the runs here aren't always 100% synced, and of course, what you're looking at here isn't based on
It's thread. It is using e-cores, but it's not actually bumping up the frequency properly on the e-cores. That's kind of weird.
run average, but the FPS counter isn't what we're interested in here. And as a side note, something that we haven't looked at yet is power usage, but it seems with APO enabled, we're not only getting a 20% boost in
And
performance
utilization.
average, but we're also seeing around a 10 to 15% reduction in power usage, which is huge. Couple that with the much better performance, and we're talking about a serious efficiency improvement. So how is Intel achieving all of this? Well, it seems as though they're putting those efficient cores to work and actually making efficient use of them. With APO disabled, you notice that the E-cores...
So something that AMD has definitely been doing better than Intel, by the way, is PBO. And so basically getting every last bit of performance out of cores that are being utilized properly, where Intel is more linear or rigid with how it boosts certain cores. And it looks like it actually just now does it. This, once again, you have to see the load on these cores. You can't just look at this.
Are parked for the most part, and only very occasionally do we see a core clock up to around 1 gigahertz, meaning the P cores are doing all the heavy lifting, so they're tackling the game and any background task processing. But with APO enabled, we see that multiple E cores of the same cluster are often fired up and running at over 2 gigahertz. Presumably they're working to free up the primary thread so it can work on just processing game data, effectively prioritizing the game, resulting in a performance boost. Now, Rainbow Six Siege certainly isn't utilizing all of the 8 P cores, so it would make sense that these cores can handle anything the game throws at them, as well as basic background tasks, and that's certainly true. Still, it seems as though handing off the lower priority background tasks to the E cores might be freeing up the L3 cache for the P cores, as the E cores work best out of their dedicated L2 cache.
Once again, you'd have to look at utilization to see if the E-cores are actually getting they're getting work. It's just they aren't actually going up to the correct frequency, which is basically what it looks like here. Is only some of them are actually going to the right frequency.
There should also be very little ring bus traffic from the E-core clusters, as the Raptor Lake L2 cache...
Look at all this, by
is
the
big
way,
enough to
with
hold the majority
hardware
of memory
information.
accesses. And this makes sense, as pulling less data across the ring bus, that'll save power, while simultaneously freeing up the P cores, which improves gaming performance. This is my theory for now anyway, so I could certainly be wrong about all of this, but what I'm not wrong about is that the E cores are doing much more work with APO enabled. We can clearly see that. Okay,
Boosting
well, that
better.
was all super impressive.
Oh my God, I'd
exciting
win.
Stuff for Intel CPU owners.
Yeah, well, I mean, this doesn't really have anything to do with the real case scenario where you're going to need 600 FPS. This has to do with the benefit of the technology, right?
Owners of a new 14th gen CPU, so I guess this was super exciting for a very select few of you, which is a real shame. Intel has done really well here, though I can't help
You started early.
to shoot themselves.
Why are you here so early, Edwin?
Because there's no technical reason for why this feature can't also be supported by 12th and 13th.
I've been here 2 hours ago when I started.
As they too have E-cores and are compatible with the same LGA 1700 socket. Hell, the only difference between 13th and 14th generation processors is the APO support, which is a software-based feature. But not wanting to jump to conclusions here, I did reach out to Intel because maybe, just maybe, they were going to be the good guys.
Or it's microcode, i.e. the CPU has to support it, which Intel could change anyways.
And
like
existing
Agasa.
customers. So I asked them, is there a technical reason for why 12th and 13th gen parts aren't supported? And if not, will they be included in the future? Their response to that question was as follows. Intel has no plans to support prior generations of products with application optimization. That's a really garbage response, to be perfectly blunt about it. Sure, it's probably
Product
the
segmentation.
expected PR response. I guess it's more the stance Intel's taking here that I have issue with, not so much the typical PR response. And this really is frustrating because APO looks to address some of the issues that eCores have caused gamers. But it's even more than that. It actually makes use of eCores, as APO is more performant than simply disabling.
There's more things you'd have to look at here, and I kind of wish you did. But once again, at one point I was considering being a tech tuber, but there's really no money here, so yeah, take what you can get. There's ways you definitely could have improved the testing here, and it would have been more interesting and more in depth.
Processor, and that includes 12900 KS and 13900 KS owners who might have spent upwards of $800 US. This software-based feature that could absolutely improve performance in the two titles that we've tested here today, it isn't available to you because apparently Intel don't care about your past purchases. They just want you to buy a 14th gen model. The only way I see Intel reversing this decision and opening up APO to all LGA 1700 users is if there's enough community pushback, like there was when AMD foolishly tried to end AM4 support prematurely. We nailed AMD for trying to do that, as did the enthusiast community, and a similar level of uproar would be required here. As for when we can expect more games to be added to the APO support list, I did ask Intel, and they just gave me another generic PR response saying Intel is committed to continued support and continuous improvement of application optimization.
So there's something interesting here, which is that it's only available to certain games. Theoretically, something like this would be available to all games, right? Anything that's using the eCores, but it's not, which is kind of curious in and of itself.
On future platforms. As game support is
As it all just need to talk to the thread scheduler properly and communicate between the Windows thread scheduler and the
Intel was aiming to include
CPU.
all or most future AAA titles, and they responded with, Intel will continue to evaluate additional applications and games for support on an ongoing basis. This will include select current and future AAA.
Very dry and
titles.
cold answer there, guys.
Now, other than the blatant disrespect
1 hour and
to
10
existing
minutes.
customers of
I don't think
recently
so. 1
released
hour and
products,
15 minutes.
My only other concern when it comes to APO is the limited list of supported games. Of course, you have to start somewhere, but having Metro Exodus as just one of the 2 games to launch the 14th gen with seems a bit odd to me. Intel has come out and said that APO won't work with all games and applications, and I should note that this isn't meant to be a game-specific feature, though at the moment it is. Now, Tim and I talked about APO support on last week's Harbour Unboxed podcast episode, and we were both concerned with just how many games would receive APO support. Again, starting with Metro Exodus, it's pretty odd. For me, a heavily CPU-limited and much newer / popular titles such as Starfield or Baldur's Gate 3, that would have made a lot more sense, and it would have helped APO garner a lot more attention. This makes me wonder, just how many games has Intel tried to include APO support for, but found it offered no real performance gain? Is it 10 titles or 100? I guess we don't really know until Intel adds more games to the list.
Someone's going to find out a way to crack this, is my guess, because it's kind of
which in itself
weird.
worrying. Anyway, I don't want to be too negative.
Starfield will nom all your fucking cores. Starfield will, Cities Skylines will, Riftbreaker will, to a certain extent, Riftbreaker will. 16-core processor, guys, and I didn't expect it to ever be used. And here I am playing games, and it actually is making a difference. That's pretty insane, like a meaty difference. And I can look over here at my side of my little CPU widget and, put aside the task manager, and I can see like almost linear plus minus 10% in Skylines at about 70% utilization, 75% utilization on a 16-core processor. That's insane. Obviously you want to put it onto the X3D cores, but it actually, in the case, it's not really like, City Skyline and Starfield aren't really latency like high-speed shooters, so it doesn't really matter that much. What matters is just having more cores. Oh yeah, Edwin?
Open it up to 12th and 13th gen owners as well. And also really hope that we see
X3D is amazing
in the very near future. Because if we do,
really wish all 16 cores had the X3D cache in it, and they don't. That was an AMD boo-boo.
And as always, competition is good for us, the consumers. And that is going to do it for this video. If you like
Also leads to really cool innovation. Instead of 10 years of Intel basically sitting on their laurels, 8 years of sitting on their haunches, guys, doing absolutely nothing. Yeah. There's a lot of, like, the new generation of geeks was, like, growing up, and they paid absolutely no attention to the shit that was going on around them. But basically, from when Bulldozer was released to, like, 2012 or 11, up until Ryzen in, like, 2017, there was a giant window in which Intel, with each generation, would add like 5% performance and like a 5% reduction in power use. And it just keep doing this like ratchet back and forth. They call it like the TikTok? They call it like the TikTok methodology or something. Basically all they did was nothing. Just a whole lot of nothing for 8 years. And then AMD caught up and now they're... Oh, yeah, thank God. Fucking thank God. Imagine where we'd be right now if AMD was not producing Ryzen CPUs. It would be horrifying. Yeah. Aliens told AMD about X3D. Well, I mean, if you actually paid attention, this kind of shows you... how few... Like, back in my day, Tech Report, which a lot of modern tech tubers get their testing methodology from, did a comparison of the 5775C, this processor, in 2015, which had a giant EDRAM cache on it. Where is it? It had a giant, basically level 4 cache on it that was supposed to be used for the integrated GPU, for the iGPU. It was basically a giant cache for the iGPU. But what actually turns out is it could be used for the CPU too. And when using it, it actually led to a scenario where it's very, right here. It led to a scenario where there was actually very noticeable gains between the non-EDRAM version of this and the EDRAM version of this. Yeah, with 128 megabyte cache. Pretty insane. And you could tell, like, and the weird thing is, like, it kind of got swept under the rug, and then they're releasing newer and newer processors, and none of which had a giant cache on it, but this still existed. And the benefits, you could still look at this in modern day times just by simply using this processor, turning off the EDRAM cache and turning it on. And that's like, yeah, it didn't go away. It existed well before the X3D CPUs came out. And Intel didn't give a shit, and AMD finally found it, and like, hey, this kind of makes sense. But yeah, this existed a while ago. And these CPUs had like an $80 price premium, if I remember right, associated with them. They're generally made for laptops, but yeah, actually worked really, really well at the time. But this is 2015. I think Ryzen came out in 17 or 18. I think it was 17. Ryzen started coming out, and it only had 4 cores. For the longest time, you could only buy 4 cores from Intel. For the longest time. And 6 cores and 8 cores was limited to their ultra expensive HDDT or HED. What do they call it? It's basically a high-end consumer model. Yeah, they charge you 4 times as much for it. It was insane. Still existed. I remember reading the review, and I'm like, why don't they do more of it? And just no one did. So, yeah. Good stuff. Anyways, so, yeah, as it turns out, yeah, Intel has features for the 14K series, and they're just literally product segmenting them to keep them from the older generations having them. Not that they can't, but they don't want them to. So you buy newer CPUs. Oh, it's like NVIDIA doing their stupid shit. Yeah. Technically, the 2000, 3000 series could support this feature, but we don't want them to because they're older GPUs. Yeah, buy a 4090 for $1,600. Have a good day. Like, what? Good shit. Okay. Aliens. I'm not going to say it's aliens, but it may very well be aliens. Oh, speaking of which, you know what we should do? I should finish cutting that video. I didn't do that yesterday. Because apparently, when you cut a video, it actually doesn't include the cut content. So I like duplicated a video, I saved it as new, and then it wouldn't actually put the new content into it. Yeah, like the old content that I was actually trying to clip out. It did everything except the old content. Oh. Well, I guess we aren't doing this because it's supposed to have the original content, and it does not have the original content. This one, or was it this one? Copy of holy crap. I have to delete it, and I have to re-save it as new. For some strange reason, it didn't copy the right parts. Right here. Hopefully allows me to save as new now. You go to the editor here, because I don't want to actually edit the original video. I want to make a highlight of the new video. It is new. Alright, let's try editing the original video. Trim. Cut. I don't know why this is so difficult to do, guys, but it is. And if I click save as new, all it does is saves everything except this cut content. I want to cut it out and put it into a new video. Was it going to save it prior to the cut or only the cut? Last time when I clicked save as new, it basically did everything except the cut, which doesn't even make sense. I don't know why I would do that. Like, I'm cutting to delete the segment, not cutting to include only the segment. Okay, well, it's doing something, and then hopefully I can save it as new. Well, I guess we are not editing my... Like, the whole thing is convoluted, guys. The whole thing is absolutely convoluted. I fucking hate the... Like, I don't think it's ever been this difficult for me to just make a highlight of my content. When I was on Twitch, all you do is click 2 parts, and you create highlight, and that's it. On YouTube, I can clip, but it's only 30 seconds. It only goes back like 5 minutes. I can make a highlight, but only when the video is running, and it only goes back 2 hours. And then otherwise I have to use the editor, which is just apparently a pain in the ass to do. Makes complete sense. Good. So, looking at the shiny drive, guys, considering maybe buying it during Prime or during Black Friday, you know, when it's going to go down to $100 maybe. I'm going to buy it, and then I'm not going to play Starfield or Skylines ever again. And I'll have no, like, it won't matter how much hard drive space I have in any way, shape, or form. Good. Good. Okay. Can't do this tonight. Form-fitting mantis spacesuit. Oh my god, women of curves? No way. No way. Curves are nice? No way. Luxury lines halves. You can decorate it yourself. Okay. Oh my god, booty. Tweaks the meshes on select NPC outfits to be notably thick. And that's pretty bootylicious. She definitely works out in weird ways. That's a true story. All the weird workouts and routines to get a big booty. Yeah, how can I make my ass bigger? Like the one part of your body that you probably don't want to make bigger. And except being for cosmetic reasons. No hair under helmets. What? No way. Hair clips out of the helmets. Okay. Which is probably why there isn't hair in the first place. Eye plasters remover. Okay. You have to show that you're missing an eye. When people can't see your eyes anyways. Build a farm mod. Build your own farm. I need to take a piss real quick here, guys, and I'm going to wash my coffee cup out. Be right back. Right. Not seeing anything new. Just finished building our penis ship yesterday. Game Plus improvements. Why would you actually play New Game Plus in this game? Don't know. But here we are. For some reason, Kick says I've been alive for 4 hours and 21 minutes. Good. I don't know why we're going back to Overwatch, by the way, but we are going back to Overwatch, guys, at some point here. Try to start my tank arc. There's just too much cheating, I think, to play DPS unless you cheat yourself. Just kind of pointless. I absolutely love playing Pharah, but I'll have a much more enjoyable experience just playing a tank. Which is funny, because everyone says tank sucks right now. So... Dude, fucking the Overwatch community, guys. Like, I was trying to watch streams yesterday on Twitch in the Overwatch community, and everyone's just a whiny bitch. Like, just about anything. Everything, anything, and the gaslight constantly. Just whine and gaslight. It's worse than even Dead by Daylight. Fucking terrible. Like 90% of the streamers just whine and bitch. And when they say everything's OP, everything's unfair. Yeah. Terrible. That is a fucking terrible experience. Complaining and whining and complaining. And the ones that don't definitely look like they cheat. Like, the ones that don't actually whine and bitch for sure cheat. Yeah. Like, they don't actually talk about the game at all. Like, they literally don't talk about the game or don't care about the game because, once again, they aren't actually playing the game. We've talked about that before. Which is hilarious. So, the juxtaposition there is you can actually watch people that don't cheat, or, don't whine and bitch, and they clearly don't care about the game because they aren't actually playing the game. Absurd. Absolutely absurd shit. Bitch and whine, like, I'm not even, like, that against people just, voicing their opinion, but then they also gaslight on top of it. Like, they just pretend whatever's happening in the game isn't happening, and they just make up their own story. And they expect everyone to believe them, and when they don't, they ban them. They're fucking silly shit. Absurd. Crazy. Oh, I thought I was going to play Overwatch. I am not. Starfield. Just whine and bitch. Like, I am pretty hardened to people that complain, right? Because sometimes there's legitimate concerns. It's not even legit stuff. It's just people just bitching and crying all the time. Over and over and over. Like, I talk about cheating, but that's because people cheat. And it's very easy to cheat. But, like, that's not even whining. I'm just stating that they're cheating. But I think this is where we tried to resurrect Sarah. I don't think we want to do that. I think I want a manual save. Whine and bitch. Bitch and whine. Serious. Just, like, go listen to, like, majority of them. Except for, like, a handful of the big ones. It's all they do. I think, like, one of the few people that actually doesn't do it and doesn't cheat is Emong. Good outfit.
Hello. Excuse me. Pardon?
Howdy.
Now we can support 15 people on our ship. We technically can recruit, we can recruit pretty much anyone now. However, like, we wanted to get Sarah back, and that's what I tried doing. It's just very, very difficult. Resurrect her and get her command prompts back.
Every time I see those drawings.
So I don't think we had any good candidates in here. We recruited one already.
Hey, it's my personal savior. Thanks again for the assist. Wish there was more to do around here. Drinking, that's all.
Yes? What?
I mean, like, we could recruit some of these guys, but they definitely do not actually have any good skills. Like, security chief,
Do you have room for one more on
pistol
your crew?
certification. Lots of people in here, though. Let's see. Wine and bitch and wine, and then... yeah, gaslight. Then just gaslight.
Jemison must have seemed like a miracle to the early settlers from Earth.
Lip sync. No?
You will be scanned as you enter the city.
Pardon?
He was on Sidonia just now. Bars here have, like, no one in them. It's mainly just Mars.
Let me know if I can get
Particle weapon specialist.
I could use some more time in the gunner seat.
Not only are you the wrong gender, but also very fucking annoying. Although he actually does have really good skills.
Hi. If you're hiring, I could really use the work.
Ozzy.
I'm not asking for much, just a reasonable share.
Not Ozzy. Quenglish.
Why is that?
Why is that? I could hire two of you.
I know how much I'm worth. Too bad you don't. You got yourself a deal.
Wait, what? I mean, we just persuaded her, and she's telling me that she's worth more while giving me a better deal. So, gaslighting, guys, apparently even makes its way into dialogue now. That's great.
Where'd you want me?
Uh-huh. Okay. And we hacked our account, so we can support as many people as we want, but I technically have the skill for it, and Bethesda artificially limits you to 8, so... good.
Be there soon.
We could check the other bar here. Yeah, fuck off, dude. We could check the... I think there's a bar in the well. I don't think it has people in it, though. Check it out. Pretty good.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you. Sounds like he's got more work.
No, we're already doing stuff.
Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you. Sounds like he's got more work.
Ah, fuck you. You? Fuck you too. You? Fuck you. You? Fuck you too.
I'm gonna be a big-time space pilot someday.
See, this is like someone I thought you could actually recruit, guys.
My own corporate. I'm not gonna be stuck in this place for long. All I need is a crease, and I'll turn it into a break.
And you can't even recruit her.
See ya.
I'm gonna be a pilot, but you can't recruit her to be on your crew. What the fuck? Bethesda, did you even like play your own game? Let's see.
I wouldn't call them out on it, but I would be dead.
Is the bar? I think it's on the other side here. Is. Oh, there we go. Oh, wrong gender. Sorry, dude. Manipulation is so bad. Oh, yeah. Marshmallows indeed, guys. Seen anything. Good. Everyone that actually potentially could be useful.
Okay. Hello.
Maybe we'll go to Sidonia and then just wait for new people to show up instead of doing this. Unless the game basically actively encourages you just to abuse the wait. Anyways. I'm pretty sure it's on vendor hours, so if we wait for 48 hours, it'll probably be fine.
I've loved our travels together, but there really is nowhere like home.
Is she from Sidonia? I thought she's from Atlantis. I guess she lived on Sidonia.
I heard you helped out Mitch. I know he won't give up looking for the rest of those books.
There you go. Yeah, how about some manipulation? How do you feel about being manipulated?
We run a tight ship here on Sidonia. Anyone who steps out of line, well, they learn never to.
Like, I wish I could recruit her, but I can't.
Bounty hunter.
If you actually recruit crew members, guys, that like you just assign them to your crew, they don't really do anything. They're just for flavor, basically. So like, I could actually put her on my crew, but she wouldn't do anything. Like, she wouldn't have any skills. She'd just stand around. I don't even know if I could talk to her after recruiting her. I think I can.
Well then, what can I do you for?
That'd actually be like, there's some NPCs that are actually pretty cool, like to have standing around, even if they don't do anything.
Hurst was alright as far as governors go, but I hope Woodard does more for us miners.
Oh yeah? Good place to stand. Out. The NPCs. There's all sorts of cool people you met in your travels, guys, in Starfield. And the only one you can actually recruit is her. Fucking weird. It's like a hallmark of a space game, especially one where you travel around and you do different things, is recruiting people, right? You can't recruit anyone. Just randos in a bar. Alright. Yeah? Good AI. The... always there, I don't know why. Yes. Wait, it tells you the chance.
I know the Deimos employees here on Mars think I'm overbearing. But what they don't know is that I've saved this operation from...
What was that? It says 30%.
Another long day.
Hello.
I just assign him to sit down here? Doesn't feel like 30%. They're just extras because my...
At least I've got more than enough work to complete before.
my graphics are turned up.
Yes? What?
Let me know if you need something.
Mars is ripe with resources, which means there's always going to be plenty of work.
Every time I see those drawings of the little creature with the space helmet, it reminds me that you can find joy.
Hey. Farming complete. Get him to sit down now.
What a long day.
Good.
I heard they found another new freshwater deposit.
Alright. Outpost engineer. Are they all the same? Security, they're all the same. We have to wait another... might have to wait 48 hours. Or maybe even longer than that. Pretty sure they're randomly generated. Payload, I think, is cargo.
Pardon me. I'm looking to join a crew. Any openings?
Missiles. I don't know if we're going to be using missiles. We have missiles right now, but that is only...
I think you and I both know you're not on the payroll anymore.
Face.
Anyway, no harm done. Just have to wait for more applicants.
Try waiting again and see if they change. Might have to go to the Superweight planet. I don't remember what it was. There's one you can go to, and if you wait for 24 hours, it's like waiting like 5 years or some stupid shit. Rotation. Good. Happy Wednesday, guys. Good. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning.
Sometimes I wish I'd taken an easier job.
Yeah, I have to leave. I can't be here. Makes sense.
Everything's 5 by 5, Captain. Hello, Captain.
We have clones, guys. That'll happen.
Hey there, Captain.
This is a beautiful place, don't you think?
Yep.
What's going on?
Rosie? Oh my god. And... that.
I always enjoyed it. Until our next talk.
And... Try this again. Good.
Last night was enlightening.
Yeah, you like sleep?
I hope to learn more next time.
Learning how to sleep. I see.
You need something?
Alright, let's go check out...
It's pleasing to speak with you.
Not Indrasia. Oh my god. Please move. Please move. Yeah.
All's well, Captain. All things considered.
Where is my door? There it is. Check out the bargain. We might have screwed it by being there when we waited.
Captain, greetings.
Might have to go to a different planet. All depends on how this is. We definitely have seen people change out in the bars, so. And they're randomly generated-ish. The models aren't, apparently.
Still shocked about Governor Hurst.
Excuse me.
Oh, she's still outpost.
Hi there, friend.
Howdy.
Post engineering. Security, outpost security. Like, do I have to hire them, then fire them, maybe?
I wrote the damn time off policy.
We could.
I still can't believe I had to fill out one of those evaluations.
Yeah. Let's see. I think it was Titan. Bless me, guys. Thank you, chat. Ugh. The Starfield. Where to go? Best place to skip time. Venus. Definitely been here before.
I doubt we'll find any creatures around here.
Voices in my head, they won't go away!
Captain, hello.
Buddy. Yeah, we don't have Sarah. But such is the way. Alright, let's try waiting here. Mega planet. Yeah, waiting 24 hours here is 2400 UT. Hours UT. Like 5 days, I think. Oh, that'd be like 50 days. $100 days would be 2400 hours. $100 days? I just sat there for a third of a year. Huh. Earth years. Alright, let's see if they changed. More of a hassle, but the other option here is we might have to hire and fire them to get new ones. That one person that we hired, there's a replacement. That'd be a pretty big waste of money, my time. If I hire and fire them, I could just go on my ship and then wait, and then there'll be new people. Instead of going to Venus.
Just because the governor's office is right out there.
Pardon.
Same people, guys.
Yes.
Well, I guess we're gonna cycle them.
How's the Blackasea is treating you?
Hello. I'm looking for work. I think you'll agree my...
Not gonna bother even...
Great.
Not even gonna bother,
have an
bargaining
assignment
with
for
them.
me.
It's not worth my time.
I do love it. My pack's at your disposal, Captain.
Yes, too.
See you later.
Hello.
Any vacancies? Ask me. Excellent. No problem.
Any vacancy? I'm only looking to what's my assignment? Let me know when you have a...
Yes, what? Any vacancies? No more than the average. Thanks. Where are you sent? Let me know when you have an assignment for me.
Do you have an assignment for me, Captain? I'm ready to work. Whatever you need me.
You already hired her.
Still need an assignment, you know?
Yeah, fuck off. You need to leave.
Any vacancies on your... I think you'll agree. Thanks.
Giving you credits for you to disappear and never be heard from again.
Let me know when you have an assignment for me.
Do you have room for one? I'm not asking for much. Where do you want me? Let me know when you have...
Would it be possible to assign me somewhere soon, Captain?
Any vacancies on... I think you'll agree, Where do you want me?
Basically, there's like 10 people
Let me
here.
know when you have an
70,000
assignment.
credits just to get rid of them.
If you're hiring, I think you'll agree my rate. Thanks. Let me know when you have an assignment.
I'm ready to work. All I need is an assignment.
Yeah, no, none of you guys are getting assigned. You're disappearing into the nether.
Personal savior. Thanks again for the assist.
I guess I could just kill them, too. I didn't even think of that. I could just kill all of them, and they probably respawn. Maybe I can recycle them. I didn't even think of that.
Yes?
Maybe we could use some black magic voodoo here. Okay, if this does not work, I'm not going to waste my time on this. We're just going to recycle them and see what happens. Oh, yeah, I just kicked them all out. I didn't even need to wait. Hi. I don't know, by the way, why you can hire people and then they just disappear. But Bethesda decision.
Keep your eyes peeled for signs of terramorph activity.
Same? Oh my god, are they the same guys? Fusion weapons.
Yes. What?
Systems. Payload. Payload.
Fancy seeing you here.
That's crazy.
We have the tech to instantly jump across the universe.
This here is the most important work in the
There's nothing like seeing old soul coming through the big window at the morning.
Wait,
Hope the Black Sea is treating you all right. I do love it, you know? Sidonia. Just wish everyone else felt the same way. Hey, it's my personal savior. Thanks again for the assist. Been in the Vanguard a long time. The faces change, but bad guys are still bad guys, you know.
Might be a mod, really.
I can't believe Governor Hurst just stepped down so suddenly. I wonder what really happened.
Hope the Black Sea is treating you all right.
Huh. Does not look like it works. Just a bunch of console commands. Let's try this.
Hey there.
Hey. How goes?
Payload.
Pardon? I'm looking to join the crew.
Ah.
Can't believe we're still pulling up huge mineral deposits after all this time.
Hey, it's my personal savior. Thanks again for the assist.
I've warmed up to Mars since I came here.
Was not a payload specialist. He was a
What's up?
fusion reactor specialist.
Most visitors can't wait to get off this rock.
But it just spawned back at the entrance too.
Hey.
He went.
Always nice to kick back at the broken spear.
We just willed him into the nether, guys. This guy's new, isn't it?
Excuse me?
A new face is passing through here.
I could never leave these people behind. Their continued success is my life's work.
There's nothing like fresh air filters. Am I right?
I sure hope this hearing loss isn't permanent.
Staring at the corner for some reason.
The new equipment is great. I finally feel like I'm working.
No idea where they went.
Howdy. Let me know.
Any vacancies on your crew?
Particle beam?
Him and the Vanguard.
Beam weapons are OP as shit.
The faces change. Bad guys are still bad guys.
Hey, I heard a rumor that you're the one who made.
I don't actually know where they went.
Pardon. Hey.
Hope the Black Sea is treating you all right.
Excuse me.
Do love it, you know. So don't you? Just wish everyone else felt the same way.
What?
Second, guys.
Hey, it's my personal savior. Thanks again for the assist.
Yes. Hello. Yes?
Oh, okay. So, cycle actor 936. Move to player.
I wonder what's up with all the drawings I've seen popping up on the walls lately.
But is he a ballistic? He was in ballistic weapons before, was he? That the same person?
I'm looking to join a crew. Any openings?
Yes, his voice. That's weird.
I'm looking to join a crew. Any openings?
Ah, well. Astrodynamics specialist. I don't even know what astrodynamics is.
You hiring?
The Starfield. Skills. Astrodynamics. Uses fuel cost by 10%. Okay, let's see. Yep.
Been in the Vanguard for a long time. The faces change, but bad guys are still the bad guys, you know.
Howdy. I think this was an actor we recycled earlier. Named NPC.
Mining
I still can't believe we finally
Young
got those
upstarts,
new mining.
military. Let the door
See.
Just passing through or here to stay?
Deimos Star
Uh-huh.
is maybe the first
Good.
ship manufacturer.
There's a lot more NPCs in here earlier.
The sea is treating you all right.
I think we have to leave and then come back. Yep. Might have to wait to go back to the ship and wait.
Stay away from the sixth circle.
Don't want to catch yourself a little.
No, they're still dead.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like they keep seeing it gets rid of.
I do love it. You know,
Huh?
He knows you see if it hadn't been for
I
Mars.
just wish everyone else felt the same way.
People always ask me what I think about mining. It rocks.
Okay.
It's not.
Back to the ship. Now we have to go back and wait. AI doesn't understand tubes. I don't want to take off. Oh, we're taking off, guys. Maybe that was enough. Let's find out. Mm-hmm.
I heard they reopened that Red Devils HQ. Even got some of the same crew running it.
It appeared to still be dead.
Hey, it's my personal savior. Thanks again for the assist.
Yeah, you can make a real good living working the mines here on Mars.
I know you
Well, that's unfortunate. We'll wait and see if we can get them to respawn. So before we hired them and then they just respawned after we left them.
Hey, how's your day, Captain?
Rosie, great. Dude, rank 1 of shield capacity adds plus 20%. You can save scum before entering zones to make sure the one you want to spawn spawns. That's not true. We flew away and came back and they're still the same until I hired them.
I'd take Mars over Jemison any day.
You did good. In the name of science. Hopefully they're not dead bodies sitting here and we're gonna have some problems. And it did not spawn any new ones in.
Their friend offered me a nice cushy office job, but I'm making double out here in the Sidonia mines. Jokes
Didn't
on
event
them.
gone along. Time. The faces change.
Fancy seeing you here.
Still bad guys.
I'm looking to join a crew. Any openings?
Fucking Bethesda, guys. Just got dead bodies laying around a bar. Ugh.
If you're hiring, I could really use the work.
Okay.
I think you'll agree. What's my assignment? Let me know when you have an assignment for me.
Any vacancies on your crew? Trust me. What's my assignment? Let me know when you have an assignment for me.
I think what we might do is
Room for one more on your crew?
another guy recycled.
Trust me, you'll be getting a bargain.
I mean,
Great, I'm ready to go.
uh-huh.
Let me know when you have an assignment for me.
I'm shit right there, guys. Let's see.
Any postings available yet, Captain? Yeah, sure. Point the way.
Aired her.
Don't forget to assign me somewhere.
Do you have room for one more? I'm only looking.
So we're back to hiring and firing them.
Thanks. Let me know when you have an assignment for me.
Voice does not match that
Any
face.
postings available yet, Captain? Hello, Captain. Have any?
Can you believe people used to think the nearby mountain was a face on the surface of Mars? Ridiculous.
Oh.
Huh? Doesn't look anything like it.
Ready to work. All I need is an assignment.
Got everyone.
Be careful around the equipment.
We're gonna leave, and I think we're gonna save at the door and see if that works. There was a lot more people here before. There's like, what, we hired like 10 people, and now there's like 4. There we go. Or we had people on our crew, and then we changed into home ship, and basically everyone got fired, which is pretty shit if you ask me. What happens if you change home ships? Because let's say you get a ship, find a ship.
It's not easy coordinating corporate efforts between a star yard and...
One here now?
So, I guess Woodard is acting governor now?
Huh.
Working the deep mines. That's where the big mines.
You have to wait? Last time I went to my ship, and I waited. All because we want a crew, guys. Okay. Alright. Let's try again.
Discuss something?
No. Did you? Different intention, Andromeda? The guide I'm looking at here says that it doesn't seem like they stack.
The community center on P1 is a good place.
They're all gone now.
Hey there. Hope the Black Sea is treating you all right.
Rip. They probably come back after a certain amount of time, or maybe, I don't know, there might be some criteria where it spawns new ones.
If you're looking for a drinking buddy, look somewhere else. Just can't stay away, huh? Yeah? What do you want now? This better be important.
Apparently you can recruit Amelia Earhart. Ah, apparently there's a crew member we missed from the Free Star Rangers questline. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Some are actually companions. Interesting. Let's take a trip, guys. Your fifth cousin thrice removed. Ah, okay. Well, congratulations, I guess.
This city's full of Free Star Rangers. Watch my back, will you?
What's that mean? I am a Free Star Ranger.
I think I want to join Mist. Start a homestead.
Do you?
How's it going?
Kinda in the middle of something here.
Okay, I have recruitment brochures for a list, which apparently you can't actually give to anyone. Kila City. Showing how horrible performance is in this game. Neither CPU nor GPU bound. And it's tugging. Yep. So we missed one here. Amelia Earhart we can recruit. Then there's one in the Crimson Mission. Oh, yeah.
I'm proud to be helping the Free Star Rangers.
Important indeed.
These Rangers are some hard work. They ain't afraid of anything.
Right.
Something you need from me?
You should try Phil Burns'
really
video.
the heart
It's brewed
of
in
the
the
Free
city,
Star
and it
Collective.
ain't bad.
Having a good one?
Bar.
I'm gonna be the youngest ranger trainee who ever lived.
Did basically all the Free Star Collective stuff.
In the city, all class joints. Well, except Aggies.
Time. He's at the Red Mile. Not at the Free Star Bar. Okay.
The mayor's all right.
Well, we're at the wrong
Always
spot,
painting
guys.
Too rosy a picture, though.
Thanks for all your help on the Laredo caper. Maybe we'll work
Like the
together
outfit.
again.
I feel for the folk in the stretch.
I'm impressed how fast
I try and give a credit.
Technically, like, we could add anyone to our crew if we wanted to, but they just wouldn't do anything, so.
Thanks for your service.
Couple of bar fights and an arrest for breaking and entering at the trade authority.
Fortunate. If I you can copy, It's entirely possible to copy appearances on other characters, but it doesn't copy voices. So, I think voices and personality don't go.
A year or two back, I shared a drink with Ron Hope. That man can drink.
Yeah. He also apparently can create espionage and kill a bunch of people. Good. You have to go to the Red Mile. Is... I guess I could actually... Portima 3. Alright. Huh. So these lasers don't actually function like other lasers. You don't actually run out of energy for them. I haven't really even been able to take our test or ship out for a test drive, guys. For some strange reason, she's here. Maybe this is where we met her.
I don't make chit-chat with patrons.
I prefer an extra crew member than just a rando, but I'll attend a bar anyways. Let's see.
Stay in line.
Hey there. It's good to see you again. Anything I can do for you? Not much to report. I've been in a holding pattern since we took down Marco Graziani's smuggling ring. I hear you've been busy, though. The other Rangers can't say enough nice things about your work. Congrats on making a name for yourself. Oh, that's why you're here.
Yeah.
The Marshal told me you might ask about that. I've been twiddling my thumbs since we took down that smuggling ring, and he knows I get antsy if I'm not working. I've never worked on a crew before, but it sounds better than sitting around at the Rock. What do you say? Think I'd
There's
be a good
literally
fit?
no skills that would actually be useful on my ship.
That's all I needed to hear. I'm ready for my first assignment.
Yep. Done.
Leave it to me, Deputy. Make your way.
Done. Okay. Got him. Gotta catch them all. The... Yeah? Betty Hauser.
I have something for you, Captain.
Actually has something that's useful. Art. Not one orbit. Helena system. That. Yeah, there isn't a search. Oh, there it is. Live in the galaxy, guys, and it's incredibly difficult to find people to work on your crew, besides randos that are absolutely worthless. Henlin 1 orbit. Yep. Ah, a Durg. Hey, buddy. 5. Still can disable this ship, even though my, I don't know, my turrets weren't firing. Even though, don't really have any EMP weapons, at the risk of blowing them up. Christ. Where the fuck is Hadrian? The fuck's going on here? Christ. Good thing we have Hadrian as a follower. Andrasia wouldn't have let that happen. Advanced Megshear. Not a Megstorm. Refined Megstorm. Still not an advanced Megstorm. Much more difficult, by the way, fighting in 0G. Oh, hey buddy. Do you actually want to help? Do you want to help? No? Okay. It can also be due to the bugged out nature of how how the AI works. If you use something like a weapon that has a spool up time or requires deployment, like she has a Meg Storm right now, it doesn't work nearly as well as something like a rocket launcher. As we've talked about, and I'm contemplating switching her back to a Bridger. Contraband. Fuck you.
I've found something for you. Disembarking sequence complete.
You already have a Verdenderg. How the fuck do you use your... Turrets cannot be fired manually. How do they fire then? Right, where do we go? We gotta go to Helena 1. Oh. Actually show up as a quest? I don't think so. Hill?
We're all clear to open the outer hatch.
F5? Autosave.
Somebody out there.
Buddy.
You bastards back for round 2. What? Who the hell are you?
Who the hell are you?
Stranded spacers are what passes for tourist attractions these days, huh? I'm Betty, by the way. I'm a bounty hunter.
Ah!
At least I was, until Lucky Lou here got trashed. Now I'm just your run-of-the-mill dead woman walking. I'm screwed if I can't find a way out of here. If you know anyone who's in the market for a demolitions expert with a happy trigger finger,
I am.
send them my way. You're standing on her, kid. Lucky Lou's the name of my ship.
Why would you want to give up your ship to be on my crew?
What do I look like? Your drinking buddy? I'm not gonna spill my guts to a stranger. Some business broke bad, that's all I'm saying about it. Works for me, but I'm gonna need some kind of compensation. How about you give me a repair kit for my ship, and I'll join your crew. Won't even charge you for my services, since you're saving my ass. I'm good with guns, better with grenades, and an expert at picking pockets. How's that for a resume?
Think about pickpocketing.
Thanks a mill. I'd be space dust without you.
Yeah. And Helena, get you! Or Betty, get you.
Don't have to tell me twice. I'm out of here.
See, and you. Ah. Always the intelligent Crimson Pirates using their knives to a gunfight.
So long, Lucky Lou. You old bag of bolts.
We gave her a space part.
Pick you up when I get to port.
Yeah, we gave her a ship part, and she's not even going to repair her own ship. Good. See anything we can take? Okay, garbage. We can technically steal the ship. I don't want the ship, but we could probably steal it. Wonder if she'd get pissed off if I blew it up. To the cock.
I picked something up for you.
Okay.
You're clear of all moorings, Captain.
Can't destroy it. No way. It's invulnerable. Oh my god, game. Bethesda, please. No. Okay, well. Betty Gitu. What else do we got? Desmond Griffin. That might be a guy. On the key. A lot of these we've already seen. Oh, Sarah Morgan. Still trying to figure out how to resurrect her, guys. Vasco is just honestly something you want simply because he's a flavor. Always welcomes me home. So there's one on the key for the pirates. Amelia Earhart. Some of these are like in the middle of literally nowhere. Like, you know, like all the main missions that you encounter, like you should always just have someone from them, right? And just, it's not always the case. Many of the missions, actually. Amelia Earhart. Chartbitis system. Okay. At this point in the game, guys, I don't really mind cheating. This is all stuff you would never run into. Despite the fact that you can get them. Chartbitis system. It says it's in the middle of... Make me Google you. There it is. You can jump. Maybe? We'll have to find out. By the way, that ship barely touched my shields. Someone on our crew is increasing my speed, by the way. Now I fly at 160 instead of 140. Right. Chartbitis. It was like raid or double back. Where'd it go? Too bad you can't set multiple jump points in this game where you have to jump multiple times. That'd be crazy. Looking at it, guys, it's like I did like a horseshoe. Go. Ah, it's way out here. It shows up. I know. Something you think engines would kind of readily affect, right? And they don't really. I don't know how to use the turrets. We'll have to figure it out. I don't know if there's a talent for them or what. I might not even have the talent to use them. Not that I really care that much about turrets. I just thought they'd be kind of fun to have. Like, there's so many planets here, guys. There's like, I'd say like 75% of the systems in this game we've never even visited. And for some strange reason, despite there being a shitload of quests, they all go to like the same systems. Very weirdly enough. Is this a pirate world? No. So much potential. I mean, there's still a lot of potential because the game's just out and they can keep releasing DLC for it and people keep getting attracted to it. The game's not dead by any means, and the modding community obviously loves it. I'm in the veg. Fucking shit. I don't know if my auto cannons are 800 or how the fuck do you use the turrets? Guys, I swear I didn't see him fire at all. Starfield, how to use auto turrets. Constantly scan and fire. Save and restart the game. Put a point into automated weapon systems. doesn't seem like something you need. This buffs them, right? Auto turrets won't fire. You have to have the skill. I use the same weapons. You do not need to have the perk unlocked. Flip them all forward. I think I might need to reorient them. There could be one of two things, either the skill here or reorienting the turrets. Actually look like the turn, like look, they're aiming at the same direction. Yeah, jump there. Need to upgrade our either a jump drive or the jump range of 23, which I think we needed at one point in time, and I took it off. I don't actually have it anymore. Yeah. Buddy.
We could use a vacation. If you're feeling generous, you could help us out.
Ah.
Or we could just dust your ship. We'll take prisoners.
Has 32. buddy. I don't take kindly to you trespassing either.
We may run into hostiles.
Okay. F5. Want to fire it all, Hadrian? It likes fires when you fire. I think it, like, once again, I think it has a bit to do with like having to spool up a weapon that like has like a warm-up period. I don't like doing that.
Stay on guard.
Voices in my head again, guys. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think, like, I like it to work, but I don't think it works well on... canyons. Hawkers almost never have anything in them on a ship. Organs? Not sure what that is that pops up my screen. Very annoying though. Shit, but worth money. Yep. Good. Oink. Or contraband, good. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with her AI. I think it has something to do with the gun and having how you have to use it. I'm not sure. Like, that's not the same thing as a micro gun, but it feels like she's treating it like a micro gun. Like you can just pull the trigger and it fires.
Separation complete.
By the way, did not see my turrets firing at all. Wait. There we go. And fast travel. Morning, Zeno. How's it going? Pretty good. Testing another new ship here. We're picking up a handful of companions that exist in the galaxy, but don't actually, yeah. You haven't actually visited, like, literally in the middle of nowhere. We're trying to recruit companions from the bars, but the fucking companions from the bars are a pain in the ass. You have to go, I think, get a better jump drive. We need to jump further. Very laggy for some reason. Your mom's friend, shipbuilder. Someone said you had to orient them. Their position was a little bit different at the end there. It looked like they're looking off this direction at a 45. Okay, jump range, 21 minus 1. Why is minus 1? We're at 20? I don't know what's reducing my jump range, by the way. Drive. I have the 200 right now? Those 300. Drive jump range 21. Why it's 21 instead of 23. 27 for 42. The Class B ones are just shittier. 27 for 52. They have more health, though. Power I'm never going to put into them. Yeah, just go with the 400. And once again, it says I have a jump range of 24. Where's that even on the nameplate, guys? If you look at this, it says it has grav, jump, thrust 27, which I think relates to the sides of, like, the mass of your ship. Where does it say how far I can jump? It doesn't change with the tanks. The tanks don't change anything. It's just how many jumps you make. Jump range. A lot further curses to travel without stopping. This is the... Doesn't actually show anything here. Okay, I need to take a piss, guys. Be right back. Like, the only place we can actually see that it increased my jump range is the bottom middle, right? Yeah, good. Yep. Point him forward. Fixed a glitch. Is there anything else we wanted to add? Not really. Do kind of like the pulse guns. I don't think our ship shreds all that much faster than my old ship. That being said, well, actually the hull it does, but shields not really. That was to be expected. Mainly we went to Class B for something different, and it increases the size of my crew. Tipping balls, lovely. Some people said if you face the turrets forward, it fixes the issues with them. So, the Djibouti system. Where'd the Djibouti system go, guys? Weird. There it is. Here, boy? Dump some of my shit.
Captain, it is pleasant to see you.
Uh-huh. Adrian. Everyone's totally trapped in the area.
Always a pleasure, Captain.
Right.
It's a beautiful day to be alive.
Oh, hey, Captain.
Hello again.
Ripping me out, Marika.
Credit for your thoughts, as they say.
What's good?
Huh?
I was just wondering where you'd gone.
Bye, Captain. Good to see you.
I have to sit in my chair. I think I need to sit in my chair. Let's find out. Gotta go to Ixel? What do we even go to Ixel for in the first place? Leo's retreat. Out having to jump. Not. Fuck is the Ilios retreat? Oh, they actually do tell you. Go to the distress call on the Charboy system. Uh-huh. Gotta do multiple jumps to get over there. Okay. Go.
Welcome to Freestar Space. We're gonna do a quick scan for contraband. You could be on your way.
I feel that's a lot faster than normal. I don't know why I did that. Oh, can we just, makes it easier. Your day? Ah. Firing now, guys.
They're not escaping.
Buddy. Oh, we didn't disable it. Not my fault. They're too weak. They're too weak. Feeble.
Flying, stranger. Killing spacers is good for the soul. My crew wants you to know how much we appreciate the help.
Huh?
Any way we can repay you?
Obviously, free credits. That's a nice looking ship.
Of course. Thanks again for the help.
3,000 credits.
Over and
Doesn't even matter. Although these guys are low level. Wafers? Mm-hmm. Target the thing in front of me. Thank you. Fuck. Now it's gone. Fuck me. Let's just make a tab through every single fucking targetable option. I think I ran into the wreckage and it actually just spawned it. Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna bother with that. There's too much shit there. What was this? Yep. You see my auto turrets fire. I'll tell they're out of energy.
Sure could use your help. We're dead in the water here. I had a good feeling about you. You're a lifesaver. Here, take these for your help.
Oh, 3,300 credits. Okay. Got me good. We actually go to... I don't know what's on Ixel, guys. Okay. Hit first. Oh, I need to disable you. Oh. Put in docking time. Fucking level 4 shit. Fuck out of here. Where's the other guy that's level 44? I want to board that guy. Oh, you're weak. You're gone. You're mine. Ah! A defender, huh? Yep. Defend this shit. High five. Oh, they're dead. She actually fired. Good for you, Hadrian. Good for you. You're learning. Standing in the open has no cover and can fire a weapon. Actually garbage. Okay. Good. In the fetal position. Not my blood. Nothing hurts me.
I've found something for you.
Leo's retreat. I don't remember. Something. We're here for something, guys.
Something up for you.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Hey, we haven't even done this. Half-made base?
No one will work for you. My man is missing, and you're all just here, what? Waiting for him to wander back through the gate?
Mr. Halftown, we are trying, but we don't have the manpower.
And now half my crew thinks your little band of convicts is just waiting to drag us off and scrap us for organs.
Mr. Halftown, our security officer has been put into the infirmary trying to find your worker. We're doing everything we can. All I ask is that you and your crew be patient. You have nothing to fear from us convicts. We are handling it.
Then get it done. Or else we are going to have problems.
You have my word.
Okay.
One of these cons is goods for sale if you need something. Monica, maybe, but I'm careful how much you trust that stuff.
I'd get out of here while you can. I would, if it wouldn't get fired.
Huh. Ship services, guys. Trade authority.
Oh, hi. We're not exactly open, but did you need something for your ship? Got anything you need to offload? Trade authority is always buying. Kiosk, I'm sure you can find something you like.
Okay. That's just actual ships. Weirdly enough, you can't actually buy ship parts from ship technicians.
My crew isn't lifting a finger until my man is found. Can't believe I bought into this place's crap reform program story. Because I'm not the one whose job it is to keep this place secure.
Yeah?
I'm just the guy who thought I could trust the people giving us this job.
He faked the kidnapping.
I'm supposed to be the construction foreman. It's my job to make sure the Helios retreat gets built to whatever standard these folks want so they can run this reform program or whatever. But it's also my responsibility to make sure my crew can do their jobs safely, which sure as hell isn't the case right now with one of my people missing. So right now, I'm just waiting. Don't know, huh? The staff, they're all ex-cons.
No!
This place we're building is gonna be some kind of resort to rehabilitate other criminals. Teach them how to strip ship engines or type 40 words a second or whatever to keep them from having to commit more crimes. A couple of them already went through the training. Now they want to get this place done to turn out more students. Why does anyone take any job? Credits, and these folks have plenty. But I mean, come on. What they're selling here? Fixing the settled systems by giving criminals career training? You really think the Crimson Fleet are just one typing course away from becoming model citizens?
Maybe. Maybe they just didn't have the right opportunities. Like verbatim. Kind of doubt it.
Exactly. And look.
Not like real life
I know
guys.
some folks have it tough out there. I've employed my fair share of ex-cons over the years. But you know how they turn their lives around? They did their time and got jobs instead of making the same bad choices again. Those are options everyone's already got. No retreat required.
Give those employees stable lives, exactly what the retreat wants to do. You agree with them. I mean, maybe the retreat agrees with him. Difference is how they do it. Weirdly enough, the persuasion option is only one way of looking at things. That's kind of curious.
No, that's not, huh. Yeah, I guess maybe you got a point. Maybe. But I'm sure you didn't come here just for a debate. Let's talk about something else.
It wasn't even a persuasion check. You couldn't fail the argument. Well, we know where the developers stand on this issue. Good.
Oh, yeah?
By the way, reform in real life is a little bit different. But,
Boss
sure.
Sloan, she's heading up the manhunt, if you can even call it that. Talk to her and she'll get you up to speed. Uh-huh.
Speaking of criminals, do you have anything I can steal? I know. Antimony.
You dropping off? Didn't think we had any deliveries until next week. Got an invoice I can look at?
You can lie to get her to pay you 2,500 credits?
Oh. Don't get many visitors this far out. Not a lot to see at the moment, but once we're open, the hope is to have plenty on offer. Imports from around the galaxy, stuff made by our residents.
Aww.
Happy to let you peruse what we've already got in. Mostly just the basics at this point, though.
Bezos would be proud.
The construction foreman Halftown and his crew are scrambling their undergarments because one of their guys wandered off the other night. Probably a little too much glug-glug. But now the entire construction crew thinks we're going to slit their throats just because most of us have a criminal past. But look, if you want to get involved, Sloane's been coordinating the manhunt. She'll have all the info you might need. Most of the staff here are. Got me for digital intrusion and grand larceny. Was in a bad place. Needed a lot of funds. Fast. So I hacked a couple Galbank servers. Had maybe 6 years left on my sentence in Aquila when Sloan and Nevin swooped in. They said they'd pay off my whole bounty if I ran through their pilot program. I didn't have much else going on, so I said sure. It was hard work, but Sloan... The woman is compassion in human form. She stuck with me. And now I'm here, running the retreat shop and maybe someday one of my own. Sure did. Anyone who commits to joining the program gets their bounty paid off by the retreat. Not sure who's footing the bill, though. I presume it's coming from outside donations because Sloan and Nevin aren't exactly rolling in cred sticks.
Ah, so in the future, crimes are just bounties, or crimes are just money. So anyone that's rich can just basically commit crime and be free from the law, as it turns out. Good. Technically, it's kind of the way it works in the game, but... ah.
I'll be here.
Yep. Well, I guess she didn't like me opening the door. Back way in? It must probably just back way in. That is. And my game crashed. Good. Always a joy, guys. Mm-hmm. Do. Try this again. This lock's actually just harder than the other lock, I guess. We need some single picks. Use up the weirdo locks first, of course. Angles at you, and you're gonna get fucked if you don't have them. Relative. Stats are better. I have bolstering. Basically, if I don't take 30 damage, the helmet is better than my current helmet. Bolstering basically is, I think it's just based off a percent. So if you're missing 100% of your life, it gives you plus 100 bolstering for energy and physical resistance. But that just means if you're missing 30% of your HP, it's going to be better. Alright. Walking around the back to see what I was doing in back? How'd you know? How'd you know, game? Yep. Adrian doesn't have nearly as much dialogue. Like, the side characters don't have nearly as much dialogue as the main characters when you're just doing random. Crackers. Big place. Or is convict stealing from you, not me?
I can help carry some things if you need it.
God, so helpful. Okay. Credits in these boxes, weirdly enough. Testing. Testing the prisoners, guys. Yoga mat? Mm-hmm. Meditation room? Expected to see more people in here. Oh. Amen. 736. There's a pistol we got. There it is, 124. I think it's damage, not DPS. Grants the recipe for beer brat platter food. Better.
Sloan sends you with my next round of painkillers. Can't come soon enough. Look, I should rest. So how about you leave me alone?
On painkillers. No? Fine. Fuck off. Classroom. Good. I should save so I don't need to reloot fucking all this if someone catches me. Yep. Hey, buddy.
I'm sorry, love, but the Elios retreat isn't taking new residents right now. We've
a criminal
had some issues. A missing person chief among them. But you're welcome to rest up and refuel here as long as you'd like. So long as there's no bounty hunter after you that's going to kick my brand new door off its hinges. Well, at the moment, it's primarily a collection of shipping containers and unused construction materials. But the plan is to make this place into a growth and education residence for the galaxy's incarcerated. We'll offer job training and a support network for folks that otherwise just while away their days in prison just because they didn't have the credits to pay their own bounties. Get them all the tools they need to set up
Debtor's
regular,
prison?
boring lives like the rest of us. Helping people improve their state in the universe is never money wasted. But I suppose I can't fault you a little skepticism, given the current state of things. But I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to listen to me blabber. You're probably exhausted. Monica should have any supplies you might need. She's just out front of the main building. And our ship services tech is out near the landing pad. If
I guess it's a program for people that are poor, but also ex-convicts only?
You come find me.
Assumingly a program like this would work for anyone, right? What's the catch? There isn't really, like, they aren't still in jail. They get to go here and then, I guess, get life skills that no one else has access to do, even if you're poor. It's kind of a weird setup compared to real life. The real life comparison for rehabilitation in a prison, for instance, is they'd have like classes in the prison itself, right? So when you leave, you have life skills available to use connection, get jobs, right? Or find a way for actually allowing people to get jobs on the way out. This really isn't the same thing.
If you can believe it, I was Crimson Fleet. Scouring the skies for loot and glory. Ended up finding a hefty prison sentence instead, which, honestly, was probably the best for me and the galaxy at large.
Ah.
I'm not gonna tell you there weren't things I enjoyed. But you've got to understand, that sort of life is a short fuse.
Apparently I'm Crimson Fleet now?
I hope for your own sake, you'll look for other paths, love.
Wow.
But I'm sure you didn't come here for an ancient history lesson. Was there something else you wanted to discuss? Well, like I mentioned, the retreats are a modest attempt to change how the galaxy deals with those who find themselves on the wrong side of the law. Once we're open, the goal is to take in people whiling away in prison because they couldn't pay their bounties. We'll get them job training and a support network. All the tools they need to set up regular, boring old lives just like the rest of us.
Rehab in real life involves you still serving your prison sentence for the most part. They're like completely separate things.
That the truth? Because I can't say it's going to be easy work.
Crimson Fleet, why would it lie?
Construction crew's missing man, we'd all owe you.
He's right, I'll bring you all the construction work so you can handle.
This planet, it's not the most accommodating to human life.
Land here, then.
It's wild, empty, and the local fauna, well, they're not big fans of humans. So while I will absolutely take your help if you're offering it, I just want you to be aware, I don't expect it's going to be a walk in the park. Well, he was last seen a few days ago, so we don't think he could have gotten far. We sent our lone security officer to find him, but things didn't go according to plan out there, and now
why did he end up in an
infirmary? In our infirmary. So if you're offering, we'll absolutely take the help. You don't know how happy I am to hear it. First things first, you want to speak to Greg D'Angelo, our security officer. He was wounded searching for our worker, Mr. Killman's trail. He should be able to get you pointed toward Killman's last known location.
Nothing of value. I need to pickpocket more, guys. Why am I not pickpocketing?
I'm sorry. Are you lost?
You?
Because if you're here to enroll someone, I'm afraid we're having just a minor crisis. And it's going to be a while before we're evaluating any applicants. Where do I begin? It's been a cascading series of issues. The most recent is that one of our construction workers has gone missing, and attempts to find him have turned up nothing, which is what this retreat is going to be if we don't manage to find him. So I hope you'll understand why I can't take your application at the moment. Oh, that's awfully kind of you, but... you know, we could use some more manpower, actually. Speak to Sloane. She's been taking point on the... well, she'll be able to explain it all. I am the sole exception. I was a neighborhood administrator for years in New Atlantis. Was tasked with maintaining the wells section of the city. Home to many of the UC's most underprivileged citizens. I saw firsthand.
All things considered, the well isn't even that bad compared to other cities and just in general.
Parents in prison, money funneled away from basic needs. It can become a cycle. Here, we hope to give people the tools to escape it. Currently, very little. But once we're open, should that day ever come, we hope to have all manner of training and personal development courses available for our residents. Most of our staff are formerly incarcerated themselves, so we hope to be able to provide a level of service unlike any other in the galaxy. So much to get done.
The meditation room. Very zen.
through yourself carrying all those heavy supplies.
Lunchtime? Fuck is she even? I don't know. Okay, did we rob everything, guys? Or skylights or something? We did? Hey, buddy.
Who are you? Can't the guy heal in peace? I got gored. Was out hunting for this dimwit construction worker when something comes charging out of the overgrowth and puts a horn or a claw or something in my gut. I never got a good look at it, but it must have been huge because it laid me out. It took me 6 hours of crawling to get back here. So unless you need something right now, I'd love to get back to closing up the hole in my torso. Sloan found someone else, huh? Well, hopefully, you'll have better luck than I did.
Jetpack.
I managed to turn up some tracks outside the facility. Bit of a hike, though. Not sure if they were Killman's, but Ixal's not exactly a bustling metropolis. There was a cave system I scanned nearby, but I got attacked before I could look any further. Next place I was planning to visit once I was on my feet again. I'd start there.
You have a female voice actor? Maybe. Okay, well.
Try not to get gored.
Alright, well, off we go. Good to good. There's anything good up there? Oh no! Out of hard drive space? I have 38 gigs free. $907. Save unknown. Fucking bitch. Game is corrupt. Why is it corrupt? Fuck, guys. Oh. Well, looks like I mean, most of the dialogue we can fast forward through, I don't know. Fuck, is my game corrupt? West that's doing this? I think this is, when we stole from that chick. Oh. Now we have to fucking loot everything all over again? Oh my god. Alright, well... So, for some strange reason, my manual, my, fast save? Tell me that it was corrupt. It just saved anyways. There's a safe in here. Magazine, wasn't there? Okay. Kind of a Debbie Downer if game corrupts itself and doesn't tell you it's corrupted until... We reload it. Good. That was it. Ads in here. That, I believe, is modified for cowgirl outfit. Yeah. We saved right here. I guess let's try doing a manual save. Okay. You have anything? I don't think so. We just talked to her.
I'm sorry, love, but you're welcome so long as it... Well, but we'll offer get them all the tools. Helping people improve, but I suppose. But I'm sure Monica should have, and our ships. And if you can believe it, scouring ended up finding... I'm not gonna tell you. I hope for you, but I'm sure you didn't... But once we officially... Residents, Nevin...
Fast forward,
sure
kind of a weird thing. We didn't
got my-
actually... I don't know what actually caused my save game to become corrupt, so...
That the truth? Because I can't say it's... Well, he was last seen a few... We sent our loans... So if you're... This planet, it's wild. So why... You don't know how. First things first. He was wounded, sir.
I'm sorry. Because if you're... And it's going to be... Where do I be? The most recent, which is what this... This is... Someday we hope... That... Thank you. I was a neighborhood home to many. I saw first parents in prison. Here we hoped... I'm the... She handles making sure we've got... I keep... Which... Currently... But once we're... Should that day... We hope to... Most of our staff... Take care, please.
Can't actually redo that now and offer to help. Okay. Save. Again. Perks.
I got gored. Was out hunting. I never got a good look. Took me 6. So unless you... Sloan found. I managed to turn. Not sure if they were... There was a cave. I'd start... There was a cave system near where I lost his trail. That's where I'd go.
All right.
How are you feeling?
I got jumped. Something big.
But your pain has at least been improving, hasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So they don't actually have a doctor.
It's just so hard, Sloan. I should have fixed this.
Okay. Alright. Now hopefully our game's not broken this time. Now what we're going to do last time was see if I can get on top of the tower. That's not what we want to do. Itch? Uh-oh. Oh, no, okay. Well, whatever, they can keep that. Enough there isn't a ladder to get up there, you know. Lovely. For a quaint jog, guys. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the AI does not handle, like at this point, if Andreja was following us right now with the rocket launcher, she'd already have fired off some rockets. I think the AI doesn't actually handle, having to commit with the weapon well. Okay. Pretty good. Yeah, so no idea what caused their save file to become corrupt, which is a little disconcerting, because that means it can happen again, and I might not notice it as soon. Why the fuck would he be in here anyways? Happened to get lost down here, guys. Oh no. Fell down here while drunk and I couldn't find my way out.
No! No! I'm not going back! Stay away! Oh God, please, please don't put me back in the bag. I'll do whatever you say. Just please, not the bag.
Uh-oh.
What happened? You're not here to... I was kidnapped.
Uh-huh.
He caught me off guard after hours. Threw a bag over my head and marched me off. But I escaped.
Probably the foreman, for some
But then
reason.
These creatures started hunting me. So I
The only
ran in
possible
here,
antagonist
and
in the
I've got
story,
no food,
so...
And I'm so hungry and... Please, take me back. I just want to go home. No. No, he kept the bag over me the whole time. I heard his voice, but he honestly didn't say much when I was around. I need this to be over. Please. Please, can we go? Please? Oh, thank God. Come on. Let's get the hell out of here. You do know the way back, right?
Yeah. Return to the retreat. Alright. Instead of going through the bugs, we can just go up this way. Yep. Beep boop beep 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 boop beep 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 boop. We don't really need to scan everything. Mainly because we don't do surveys anymore. Because Brendan. Takes forever, too. So is the foreman?
Killman's back!
Mother of God, kid. What happened?
I was walking out, and someone threw a bag over my head. They took me... I don't know. It smelled like the inside of the first aid kit. I had to sleep on the steel floor and...
Which one of you crooks bagged him, huh?
Us? Why the hell would we do that? Waste of a perfectly good bag.
You're rambling, kid. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up. You smell like used welder's gear.
Mr. Halftown, I have some medical training. I'd be happy to...
You stay away from him. I want whoever kidnapped my man found and dealt with, understand? I don't care if it's one of your people or mine or a fucking ghost.
Probably him. Doesn't really make sense, but it's probably this guy.
Of course. We'll do what we can. But...
I'm not interested in excuses. I need to know who did this. Just find my man's kidnapper now.
Probably gonna be very, very vaguely put together, just, you know, arbitrarily put together. It's like, oh.
I guess it might have been a bit naive. For
He
me to
apparently
hope for
had
a
someone that
happy
was taken
reconciliation,
by,
but you brought him back safe. That's what's important.
criminals that were hurt, and therefore
you
they
have
feels
my
resentment
sincerest
for any
thanks.
sort of criminal, some stupid
But
shit.
now, we've got a whole new thread to pull on. What are the chances I'd be able to convince you to help us find our kidnapper?
Yeah.
Fine. I'm sure I can convince Nevin to trim some fat in the construction budget.
Sure, she has plenty of money.
Now, Mr. Kilman didn't seem to have a lot of information, but I caught at least one or two bits I think could help us find our kidnapper. I want to believe none of them would. But I've been around long enough to know how easy it is for someone to surprise you. So honestly, I don't know. But I think those hints Kilman mentioned about the kidnapper's refuge are the key to figuring it out. He did, didn't he? Industrial antiseptic would be my guess. I know that smell.
Like 3 buildings here.
The building we were evaluating as a possible site for the retreat not far from here.
Oh, okay.
An old research outpost.
Yeah. I thought there was nothing on this
It's a
planet.
match for the description of our kidnapper's hideaway. Here, the facility's coordinates. Head out there and see what you can find.
Okay. Right, Adrian. Good. All right.
What you said before. Uh-huh. I want the name of that... Sure.
I knew Halftown's furious about how this
One
is
of these
all gone
cons
down.
has goods for sale if you need something.
Here, right? I'm glad Gilman's alive, but they must be huffing nitrous.
Where are we going now? All right, we're going over here. Well, even with the scanner upgrade, guys, like the range upgrade on it, you still have to get close enough to them like the normal range. Very weird. You can see stuff like 5 times further away, but you still have to get up next to it to scan it in. Kind of silly. Shoot you, I will. Yeah, like, Andrasia with the rocket launcher would just constantly fucking fire rockets just anytime she stopped moving. And there must be some sort of warm-up or lead-in period with the Egg Storm. And the guy doesn't like it. No grub. Scan it for some reason. There's some contraband too. I need to make sure I go back to base, which I'm probably going to forget about. Better not be something like fucking Space Pirates or some other cop-out to actually writing a story. Hired by the foreman. You could get even more money from her to stop her from helping you prisoners or some stupid shit. Five. And an outpost. Couple are moving.
Catastrophic damage.
Actually, pretty big base. Yeah? I don't know if energy damage does more damage to robots. We're gonna find out. Ah, the one digit pick for the expert lock? Good. We need more singles. Yeah.
Should we... No. Let them go.
Knives are almost always worth it because they're so light. Five. Damage to the robots. This does damage in general, but yeah, it's like infinitely more damage than shotgun, which does... I don't think shotguns do the normal amount of damage either. Like there's some sort of weird multiplier, the pellets don't all spawn or some stupid shit. Shotgun, even though the shotgun does probably 30% more damage than this gun does, DPS, it wasn't doing it. Pretty well outfitted research place. Breadstick, folder, flannel.
Do you really need all of those supplies?
Out the crafting reagent because they're heavy as shit, and no. Cheap as shit too. Hackable door around here somewhere. And a safe. And we got no one-bangers. I don't think we're going to get a one-banger. The 2 rings usually do not have one. Brush shotgun. Saving a lot since we got the corrupted save. Very annoying. Back through. Bell key. A fucking Gatling gun. You don't even fire it. Pretty sure she fires less. Fires less than when she has, there's some melee critical strike. Just a normal assault rifle, for instance. It's like the fireline like in bursts. Which means if she has a burst fire weapon or maybe a single shot weapon, it'd work best. Goes back to rocket launcher. loot, looty, loot, 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 loot. What's going on back here? Okay. Weirdly hidden safe. Okay. Advanced Kodama. We have an advanced Kodama, don't we? Here one. It's decked out as shit. Advanced Kodama. It's curious as well. Stealth way? Oh yeah. F5. Not really stealth, but, you know. Can't actually open it from this set. Okay. I don't think the shotguns work well. Yeah, like at all. Like even if you, it seems like you fire faster you fire it, the worse they are, and even when you fire it slow, it doesn't seem to be doing the right amount of damage. This thing's supposed to do is shit. This is like 1300 DPS. It's almost maybe even double. Not quite double. 735, and my shotgun is 1376. Almost double the DPS, and it does not do it. Chakabe is being problems with the engine. Lots of ammo.
Beginning combat protocol. Damage all systems.
Okay. Nice. So we got the key for here. What's in here? Odds on it. Not really super amazing loot either. That's, yeah. I guess maybe must have a chance of being rare, and it's not. For us. Vent.
You'll injure yourself carrying all those heavy supplies.
Wanna carry him? It was easy just to chuck stuff in your inventory. And loot room. Okay. Weirdos, good. Dude. Absolutely nothing except a safe. Now need to open. Novice lock. Okay. There we go. Easier lock is, harder it is, guys. And absolutely nothing. Junk loot again. Breadstick, sandwich. Let's see. Not better than what I have. Corrupted slate. Oh yeah? Alright, well. Shit for loot and much going on in here, so. Possibly had a potential for being some decent loot in here, but we got shit rolls, so. Happened. Solid white in them too. Whites. Went everywhere. Oh. The burden of looting. Stutter. And we're here. And space crabs. Oh, the worst kind. What? Creeps over there. Why the fuck is it telling me to go in the cave? Hey, game. Creed is not in the cave. And fixed. I think it thinks it's like a shortcut to go through it. Very weird. Alright, let's see who the perpetrator is. Wasn't for those meddling kids. Totally zero information to figure out who's doing this, by the way. Unless there's like some scraps laying around that we didn't see. Rando. Security officer perpetrated.
You seem to have weathered that trek well enough. Were you able to find anything at the facility?
Mm-hmm.
It certainly is. Monica, anything you can do with this?
I can take a look. Oh, it's encoded. Made to look scrambled. And done badly. Looks like... there. Seems there were 2 of them. Oh my god. It's all here. The accidents, the kidnapping, Greg's attack. These 2, they did it all.
Any mention of who they are? They're not with the construction crew, are they?
No names. But there are a pair of ID numbers. They're with the Trackers Alliance.
The Alliance sent 2 bounty hunters? Here? What? Our bounties are all paid.
I'm not seeing an Alliance contract or documentation. I think this is off the books.
So, a couple of trackers have decided to haunt us on their own free time. Why?
Doesn't say.
Ah. Because they don't want people being free when they're supposed to serve their time or some silly shit like that. Okay.
It's really not that impressive. Used to sell these on the semi-regular in my old life. A cheating spouse wants to document all their flings without fear of their partner finding out? Just use one of these bad boys. It's
Bad boy.
to Hacker 101 stuff. And it sure doesn't explain why they've decided to harass us.
True, but knowing their motivations may make the process simpler.
I mean, I don't really see any motives
money,
here.
Sloan. We pay them, and they'll leave us alone.
And make ourselves a target for every other hunter in the universe.
Trackers Alliance really doesn't,
We need to take a stand.
blackmail, do they?
Says the one guy physically incapable of taking one.
We're not doing anything until we actually find them. Any mention in there of where our trackers might be now?
Sounds like they're on a supply run, outside the system.
Then we got a little time. Given their background, and ours, I expect you're the only person here they might actually listen to. Would you be willing to act as an emissary on our behalf?
Okay.
I'm certain we can find a way to solve this without resorting to violence.
Yeah.
Let's just pay them and be done with it. I mean, we clearly need more manpower anyway. I'll hire them on as contractors.
To hell with that. We know where they live. Let's have our friend here get the drop on them and send them to the great beyond.
The last thing we need is the galaxy thinking that's how we solve our problems around here, Mr. D'Angelo.
Surprise.
I would request you try to avoid any violence. But if you're looking for suggestions on how to proceed, well, it seems we've got opinions to spare.
I mean, do we even know who these two are? What?
Anyone else to love, they're afraid. So, good luck out there.
I think there's a clip. I think you should. Here.
Funny.
Take care, please.
You're looking for you
Kill
deal
him.
with this. Howard, watch your back out there.
What's up? Try not to be too... Had to deal with my... You get into it. Let him know that...
And what? These aren't fucking eclectic. What's going on here? Apparently, trackers are now eclectic. Mercenaries for hire, for some strange reason, who are now harassing us for free money because they're actually spacers. Okay. Okay. Alright guys, I think we're going to call things here for this morning. I have some stuff to do here, and I really have to take a piss. Interrupted. Okay. I'm not sure how much longer this quest is. This is probably the end of the quest line right here, by the way. And then we're going to go get Amelia. We'll go get Amelia. After that. But alrighty guys. Interesting stuff. Didn't really expect to find a quest line here, but here we are. Definitely going to go... find Amelia tomorrow, and then we're going to continue with the main storyline. Side quests tend to be kind of, they can be really decent. They can be decent in terms of quest line, or they can just be kind of meh. This is a very meh quest. There's like no information. There's no way to figure out who it is. It's just, oh my god, someone wants to harass these people for money or something like that, and then we're probably going to find out that the foreman is actually the one responsible for it because someone hurt his sister when they're younger, and now they don't deserve a second chance or some stupid shit. Either way, it's probably going to be bad, but no way to figure it out anyways. Alrighty guys, I'm out here for this morning guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed hitting chillaxing here, make sure to hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube live every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North American time. I usually stream for 5 to 6 hours, give or take, depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc, etc. You ain't gonna spoil it, though, since it was meh. Okay. Yeah. I don't expect much out of this, and once again, there's a reason I'm just doing the faction quest right now, and we haven't really touched it. I mean, some of the quests, I thought the EMT quest or the constant was pretty good, but we can't go back to it now because it's bugged. Like, some of the side quests can be pretty good, but then other ones are, you know, whatever, so. And even some of the main storyline quests are whatever. But alright, guys, I'm out of here for this morning, guys. Tomorrow, or later tonight, will be more Starfield. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.